Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, May the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Yeah, now I'm going to well, there's nothing I can do about it. There is a ton of background noise. We're going to have fans blowing all day today and tomorrow. So, excuse me. If this is going to be a real issue, then I'll have to mute myself for today and tomorrow. Okay, this is part of our water damage we had last week, and so there are fans blowing all over the place. So if it's going to be a real problem, then I'll have to mute myself, but otherwise, you guys are just going to have to bear with it, okay? Excuse me. All right, so let's take a look at some of the action this morning. So one of the big ones this morning is APDN. APDN is gapped up. It's sort of a double hit for it. It released earnings, though earnings probably are totally 100% irrelevant. The big news for it is that looks like they have FDA allowance for emergency use. Okay. And that is obviously for the virus. So APDN, massive gap up, 72% right now. If you look at the weekly chart, you see that it had a spike maybe 3 months ago or so, all the way up to almost $20. So, excuse me, sorry about that. So that's APDN. Now Codex, Codex. My goodness, did you see? I'm sure if you were in the room later on, look at the run it had at the end of the day. Codex and it looked good right there at 22.30. After hours, it got up to 24.95. This morning, it got all the way up to 31. It has pulled back a little bit now. So that is Codex, CODX, still alive. It's, of course, it's all-time high right now. Revolve, this is an earnings play. And actually, Codex also is an earnings play, but I think it's totally irrelevant. Earnings are not the factor. It's just a virus play. Yeah, just a minute, please. Yeah, it's also an earnings play, but I mean, that's totally irrelevant. This is all to do with the virus. Revolve, now Revolve is an earnings play, and it's got nothing to do with the virus. Clothing store, or in the clothing sector. So it had earnings, and not bad, a little 11% gap, or pop. Clearing all this area here. The next area, if you look at the weekly chart, is up to 20. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you can sort of see if it wants to keep moving, there's no impediment on the weekly chart until about 20. AIM is another one. I think AIM is another one of those that released earnings, but plus it's a virus play. Announces FDA authorization for first human appligen trial. So it is a virus play plus earnings. Again, earnings don't really matter. So you can see what it did in the pre-market. It got all the way up to about 347. If you look left on the daily chart, the high is 345. So it got right to that area and then it just kind of stopped. So important for it to take out this 350, and if it does, it's got a lot of room. Looking left. CRK, not an earnings play. It's a stock offering, that's right. So they've gapped down 40 million shares at $5, so it's a financing. So it's underneath the financing price. That is typically what happens. FUTU. I don't know if this is I just can't remember if this is an IPO or a symbol name change, but at any rate, FUTU is an earnings play. And let's see, 1420 is the next high looking left. So this is up 11%, decent volume. SDC is an earnings play. been gapping down. So for a little while, I think we're getting a little juiced about this stock. Got all the way back up to 10. Then a couple of days ago, the drop yesterday, and now a continuation. The key area for SDC will be around 650. If 650 holds, it might bounce off that, but if it doesn't, I mean, as I say, look out below. Here, one of the cruisers had earnings. NCLH earnings play. NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Lines earnings play. You know, again, this might have been the area it could have held, but it's not. So this is now underneath 10 right now. The next support on the daily chart is around 820. PSTI. This is gapping up. This is pretty sure this is this is a virus play. So PSTI is gapping up. It has fallen quite a bit from those highs back here around 1330-ish or so. Fell, maybe trying to stabilize. The interesting play, we'll see if it gets over 10 again. Maybe even at 1051. Maybe not today, but if it does at some point, then it can start to look at that gap fill again. NNVC. Big gap up again for NNVC. This has been all over the place, but another, if you look left on that daily chart, the next high looking left is about 1215. Not that far away. Well, less than $1 away from the next high looking left. More expensive one. Big pop here for WIX. At least it was. Starting to fade a little bit, but up $12. WIX is an earnings play. All-time high now. WIX. Look at that. Wow, what a great breakaway gap down. And IMUX. IMUX is not an earnings play, but nice gap up here. Not huge volume yet, but it's a very, very low float. 3 million in the float. Not very much volume. But look at this gap. The next high looking left on that daily chart is 1249. We were almost right there. If it takes out that 1249, you look on that weekly chart, could be some resistance right around 14, a little over 14. So, you know, keep an eye on this one on the open. IMUX. Well, hopefully Barry makes a trade today. Getting a little antsy. We'll have to see how many questions I get. Don't see as many in the pre-market, so. And it is now 9:13, so I actually have some time maybe to take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. Oh yeah, in terms of following, yeah, you shouldn't follow anybody. If that's, yeah. I'm going to talk about my watch list in a second, but I just want to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades. I haven't been looking at them the last couple of days, just too busy in the pre-market, but let's take a look. Manageable list, certainly in the upgrades, so let me... Upgrades. Excuse me. OVV, I see, has an upgrade. Who's doing that? Wow, Bank of America, Merrill, little guy like that. Let's take a look at OVV. So after I get these in here. SDC is continuing to move down. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Excuse me, and for those of you wondering what upgrades and downgrades are all about, take them with a grain of salt. These are just sort of analysts' opinions about what they think stocks are going to do. But I do see SEC with a couple of downgrades this morning after their earnings release. Just a few more to go on the downgrade side. More downgrades than upgrades this morning. See a lot of downgrades for oil energy plays. All right, everybody. Those are the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. In case you're wondering where I get them, it's from briefing.com. It's a free service. You just have to give them your email. And at about 9:10 every morning, they'll send it to your email. And again, if you want my layout, which consists, you do get these two windows also. When you load my layout, they'll be minimized. You just have to find them and just unminimize them. Bring them to the top. So you will get these two, but plus you'll get what you see on my screen right now. So my layout is right here. Links, whoops. And they're just not there. Yeah, I put it in subscriptions, okay, also. So there's my layout, test drive, May 2020. So it's in subscriptions. There's the layout link. Remember, everything, this is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you have a layout already that you created, make sure you save that layout to the cloud, all right? How to auto trade? You have to turn we have to have the AI tab. First of all, you have to connect, of course, to simulated trading. Then you have to go to the AI and turn them all on. Or turn the ones on you want. So where it says trading, right click and enable. So I've turned that on, okay? Whoops. Yes, you can actually, Dave. If you can find the gear, if you can see my screen, you can see that gear right there. Click on the gear, and it should say, where is it? No, this is it. I'm sorry. Right, so right beside the palette icon, that's the detached chat. Okay, which is covering it. So that right beside the palette icon is the detached chat. So click on the gear. And then hopefully you can find that row, and that icon right there is the detached chat. And then you can float it anywhere, okay? Vcash, it is, I'll just type it in here. It's briefing.com. And if you're going to follow my watch list all day long, in the watch list repeating, we will start getting some alerts. We can get some alerts right off the bat at 9:35. In these two windows here, I have a time delay on it. So you'll have no alerts until at least 9:45. Well, you can just load the chart. There's no channel. I mean, if you just want a SPY chart up all the time, just from the toolbar, Jewel, from the toolbar, Jeff, just click on New and Chart Window, and you'll bring up a chart window. If with our premium service, which of course if you're part of the test drive, you have access to 20 charts. With our standard service, it is 10 charts. Okay, and then if you want it up all the time, then right click, properties, and make sure you uncheck symbol linking. Okay. So again, it's to get a new chart is new from the toolbar chart window. So the SPY is going to be a little bit weak this morning to start anyway. We had a So you're in the web-based version. Right, Kimmy? Yeah, you're in the web-based version. Okay, I can give you a layout link. Okay, Vcash. If you're hearing an echo now, okay, just so everybody knows, there's a lot of background noise right now. Unfortunately, I've got some fans blowing in the background. Had some issues, water issues. So there's some fans blowing in the background that can't be helped. Okay, that'll happen for the next 2 days. Vcash, if you're having an echo, are you in both rooms? That's usually the only reason. So I'll give you, Kimmy, I'll give you the, remember where it is, there it is. Give me a second here while I get the link. All right, so there's the link. All right, for the my layout. Remember again that this is a layout. So if you have a layout, so within the web-based version, so what you will do. Just going to show you what you do. Okay, so once you have, so what you do is you click on the link. If you're watching, you click on the link. It'll show up in a new tab. Highlight it. Okay, highlight it and copy it. Control C, copy it. All right. Now when you're in the web-based version, tools, load from cloud. You see this box here? That box is right there. And paste it in, Control V, paste it in, and then load. Okay, now it'll all be jumbled around. You're going to have to, move the windows around, obviously, so you can see them. But that's how that's basically how you can load my layout in the pre-market, or not the pre-market, in the web-based version. Okay. And I'm assuming you're using the web-based version because either A, you're on a tablet, or you have a Mac. Is that correct? But you're on the web-based version because, so it's either one of two reasons. You're on a Mac, okay, yeah. So I don't know how you feel about it, Kimmy, but I mean, there are a lot of people. People who work at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and I know there are a lot of people in this trading room who have Macs, but they use a program called Parallels as an emulation program, so they can actually download PC-based programs on their Mac. And the reason I say that is that the app is more powerful than the web-based version. Okay, you'll have access to more. You hear me talk about Brokerage Plus a little bit, and if you have multiple monitors, it's really easy to move windows around in the different monitors. But so I would look into that. It's called Parallels. And yes, that is not the only emulation. It's just the one that I see popping up most of the time seems to be Parallels. I'm not saying it's better than VMware. I don't obviously know because I've never tried them, but you only see one monitor, Vardy. Yeah, the monitor you're seeing, but this is the main monitor with most of the, let's call it the interesting stuff. Can't join the trading room. Let me give you a link and let's see if you can do it again, okay? Try this link and see. Okay, there's a link right below where you said okay. Oh, I can't make any recommendation one way or the other, Michael. AWS or Parallels. I mean, I don't know. I think Parallel. I don't know. I can't help you there. Morning, Trader CI66. How do you change the date and time on the single stock window? Okay, Michael Noss, who is our big expert, so he's saying AWS all the way. Okay, Michael, not Michael, Michael in the trading room. So Michael Noss, who is really our Brokerage Plus expert, he just answered to me that AWS is what he would recommend, okay? So he's got experience. Well, I just used the free version, STP, okay? I don't know what you mean by the time on the single stock window. And somebody asked me about Logi. Let me get the Logi. My opinion of Logi right now, let's see, so it's dropped a little bit. It was an earnings play, it's coming up. Oh, it had earnings, sorry, May the 11th, so reasonable reaction to earnings. I don't know what to say. I mean, there was the high, I guess, after its earnings, 54.63. Starting to sink a little bit here. I don't know if it's sinking with the rest of the market or obviously yesterday it moved down probably with the market. Like, what are you trying to do? Go long? If you're trying to go long, I mean, I would for sure wait for a 54 break, 54.60 break or so. Well, maybe I don't even see oh, I see, there's the price, 928. Okay, so this is just set to your computer time and your TI time. So, I mean, it's 9:29. No, I'm on the West Coast, but I set my computer to East Coast time, and everything in Trade Ideas is set to East Coast time. So, I mean, if you want to, that's my recommendation. Yeah, listen in a minute. Well, again, guys, I have no idea if I'm going to trade again today. We'll see how it goes, how many questions I get. And I'm now connected. Cherry Blossoms, when did you sign up? Did you just sign up? It usually takes about, hopefully by the next time we do this, You know, it's more of an instantaneous thing, but did you just sign up? It usually takes about half an hour. Well, you have to copy and paste. You have to copy that link and paste it in. Okay, so you have to copy and paste that link. When you went to file load, okay, and then that box, load from cloud, that box should have appeared, and you have to paste that link into the box. Let me know if you're able to do that. You know what I'm talking about when I say you saw the link, you had to copy the link, and then when you went file load within the web-based version, the box will be empty, and you paste that link in there and then load. So Kimmy, did that make sense? I can do it one more time if you're listening. Okay, so I see APDN is so APDN is now starting. I mean that hit $18 in the pre-market. So I mean this is almost a $5 drop from the pre-market. Picture is dark. Okay, maybe just do a refresh, George. Okay, I'll help you, Kimmy. Okay, maybe you do a refresh. The only other thing is I'm going to have to start asking people, you know, we thought we were past this now, but if you're using Chrome as your browser, you might have to disable the hardware accelerator. You have to go to the browser settings, scroll down to advanced, scroll down a little bit more, scroll down to advanced, click on advanced, scroll down a little bit more, and where you see hardware acceleration, disable it, and then reload the browser. See if that helps. I would use Chrome, George. Okay, the developer of the room recommends Chrome as the browser to use. Okay, for you, Kimmy. Okay, so this is what we're talking about, right? So if you've copied the link, you click on Tools, Load from Cloud. This is the box I'm talking about. So Tools, Load from Cloud. Not New. It's not File. Within the website, I know the website is, or the web-based version, a little bit different. Well, look at CODX, guys, okay? So if you've copied that link, Kimmy, then it's Tools, Load from Cloud. And then this box will pop up, and that's where you have to copy, that's where you copy the link, okay, in here, and then load, okay? Do you have a green ball, or is it red or orange? Okay, that's why. You're not, for some reason you have not completed. So are you part of the test drive? All right. More than likely, Kimmy, you did not complete the exchange agreements. There was a section you had to fill out, basically accepting the fact that if you're using the data that we're not it's lawyer stuff, okay? So you probably didn't fill out the exchange agreement. So all I can do, I can't help you there, but I will send you to the homepage. Okay, I'll send you to the home page. And start a live chat with them, okay? A box will pop up and say maybe help me, or if you know how to do it, go back and you have to say yes for the exchange agreements. Wow, CODX. Wow, wow, wow. So it actually, it actually came back a little bit off the pre-market highs, but it is ripping now. Well, it can go higher. I mean, it's a lifetime high, so yeah, nothing's stopping it. Here's our, man, oh man, this is one that is all over the place all the time, but there's INO. Of course, we've got one of the big short sellers saying it's going to zero. And now, how the mighty have fallen. VTIQ was up to 35, so it's a $10 drop off the highs yesterday. Okay, you have the AI. You see there's an alert right now. Hasn't moved yet. There's the stop, so it's all laid out for you. So George, what did you do? Did you actually just switch to Chrome? Is that all you did? And did you have to disable the hardware accelerator, or you just did the switch? Okay, good. That's what I want to hear. Okay, so just a general statement for everybody. If you're new into the room today, first of all, big welcome, big welcome. This is your day 4 of the test drive. Still time to sign up for the test drive, by the way. I am going to put this link in here. Okay, there's the test drive link. And Thomas, I will show you. I'll give you a link for my layout. Okay, just give me a second. So again, just a word on the test drive. When you click on that link, excuse me, you'll be brought to this page. So, I mean, it did start on the 11th, but you'll still have access, balance of today, and then plus all next week. So that's 7 days. It will cost the $8.99. But you know what? We used to do this only 5 days for the $8.99, so it's still a good deal. And it'll give you access to our full premium service, including our world famous simulation trading program option. Okay. Also, if you're a standard subscriber, you can also sign up for it if you want to try our premium service out for the next 7 trading days. Once the test drive is over, it's over. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to unsubscribe. We do not automatically put you into a program or a subscription. After the test drive is over, we'll have a pretty nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, okay? Okay, so Tomas, right underneath, I've just posted the link for the test drive layout, okay? Looks like it's posted twice. Oh no, there's the test drive layout. So it's the second link, okay? Not the first link. It's the second link that literally says Trade Ideas Cloud, okay? And remember, it's a layout. So if you have a layout already up and running, please do not load that unless you've already saved your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Here's another interesting one, guys. This is on the watch list. This had earnings. It's getting a little lag in the single stock window at the beginning of the day. I'm noticing this. This had earnings on the. Well, I'm wrong. It's going to have earnings, but it had a big week last week for a while, and then it pulled back. But look at this news: GNUS, fairly low float, 23 million in the float. Well, it's a standalone program, yes. I mean, it's a scanning program that does link with many brokerage platforms. Okay, linking meaning that if you click on a symbol, it'll load the symbol into your brokerage platform, into your order entry, so you don't have to keep typing in a symbol all day long. That's what we mean by linking. We have a special link, though, using this module that you see right here called Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers. Okay. Yeah, that'll be something for, yeah, so we do link with Thinkorswim. Linking again, just please understand what I'm saying when I say linking. Meaning that if you click on an alert, it'll basically saving you the step of having to type that into your order entry. Okay, so if you're clicking symbols all day long, you know, it's a nice time saver. But with Brokerage Plus, to use this window to actually place trades, etc., you'd need an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, doesn't work with Thinkorswim or any other broker. But it's not, you know, it's not, obviously it's not mandatory to use this to trade using trade ideas. So Holly on, well, it's pretty simple. You just all you have to do is turn them on. So you see it says off, trading off. So if you can go down, excuse me. So I just turned that off. These are just toggles on and off. So you just right click. Excuse me, sorry, I got a catch in my throat here. So, and then you just enable the selected strategy, so you can just start turning them on, the ones that you want, or you can turn them all on. So when you turn them on, only in simulation mode, okay? You can auto trade the AI in simulation mode. We're not allowing it using, if you have an IB account, to actually trade your real account. Okay? Then you just have to make sure that when you load Brokerage Plus, connected and check simulated trading. Well, remember UNFI yesterday, a star yesterday. And at the beginning of the day, it did pop up, but it's pulling back quite a bit. All right, so if you really want to see, yeah, not just through Holly. I mean, if you have, you can trade your account using our one-click trading that you can set up. I mean, I'm going to obviously going to go over a lot of this a little bit later, but you can use, you can use Brokerage Plus to trade your live Interactive Brokers account. Yes, okay. And you can set up one-click trading, as we call it. If you wanted to, and if you don't care, if you don't want to auto trade the AI, you know, you just want to trade, you don't, you know, then yes. The only caveat is if you wanted to auto trade the AI, in other words, when you get that alert, it automatically takes a trade. You do have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever appropriate discount there is. Okay, but that's the only time you have to buy Brokerage Plus is if you want to auto trade the AI. Which account is considered the default account? When you say account, I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about what layout? I don't understand. I know we have a default layout, I guess, that people can use, or they can use my layout. So let me just see something here. Exactly. Brokerage Plus is the only one. Only one you can trade using brokerage. Sorry, Interactive Brokers is the only one. Not just auto trading, Holly, but anything. If you want to simulate, simulation trading, paper trading, doesn't matter what broker you've got. Okay, it's using our real-time data. Okay. The link is right here, actually, in the scan section, okay? If you scroll right to the top, test drive, May 2020, there it is. So if you can find the scans tab, somebody asked for my layout, there's the scans tab, and you have to scroll to the top. Don't make the mistake when you click on that link, it automatically goes to the bottom, and people are clicking on this link. Just scroll to the top. All right, and there's the link for the layout. Remember though, it is a layout. Be sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you want to see the target, let me just see if I can just give me a second here. I never look at the target, so just give me a second here. Okay, so there are some that don't have a profit target, okay? Some of the strategies, you just have to look at the strategies. When you see profit target, some of them will say a percentage above, some of them will say $1. Listen, I'm not trying to tell you to completely not pay attention to it, but I almost want to tell you don't worry about the profit target, because obviously if you see a profit target of $1 above, that's not very scientific, all right? I mean, what does that really mean? So, but there is a profit target column, and I can see right now in this particular one, there is no profit target. It runs to almost to the end of the day, so it's not putting an artificial target on it. Okay, so again, Elwin, are you talking within Brokerage Plus? If you're talking within your broker, of course, I can't help you, but your broker, so are you talking within your brokerage platform? Okay, first of all, do you have an Interactive Brokers account within TI? Which account is considered to be? I'm not sure I understand the question. I truly, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question. I've never seen that before. Yeah, I do see that. I don't think it hit 1035. No, you're absolutely right. So what I'm doing with this one, I mean, it still looks like a. I use this as a watch list. Okay, I'll tell you that right off the bat. I use it as a watch list, and so right now, I mean, it still looks decent. Never mind what this says. I mean, obviously, it did not. I don't think it hit 1065. I'm just checking here. I don't think it hit 1065. And I see that NNVC is just, guys, it looks like I'm not going to be able to really do too much trading again. NNVC absolutely ripping. Well, yeah, but did it ever hit 1065? Even I'm just trying to tell. I don't think it ever hit 1065 when the market opened. I don't think so. Well, yeah, you need a broker, of course. You need a brokerage account to trade. This is a scanner, okay? So the scanner, obviously, it's giving you ideas. Okay, there was an alert from my watch list at 1164, $12 now. What's the news doing? 168, it's 173 now. These are from my watch list that I create every day, and you have access to every single day. The actual, yeah, your actual real money is coming out of your Thinkorswim account, of course. This is a scanner. Trade Ideas is a scanner, generating ideas for you to trade. So if you wanted to trade NNVC, you're linked to we have this linking tools, external linking. And notice I'm linked with Interactive Brokers, but you can add, but if I had a Thinkorswim account, I would add the link, and there's some rules that you have to set up before you're linked. Once you're linked with Thinkorswim, then you just click on an alert, and it loads into your Thinkorswim platform, and then from there you make the trades if you want. Okay. All right, I am going to. You've got me curious here. When you edit a strategy under your configuration tab, so are you talking about taking, say, an alert window, right-clicking, edit a strategy? Are you talking from within Brokerage Plus, or just like this is a strategy, this alert window? Oh, okay, so within B+. Okay, now we're... Okay, so within B+. Now, so if I go here, edit trading strategy. Are you talking about save as default? But if I edit the trading strategy... Oh, accounts, I see. I've never even looked at this. I have never, ever even looked at this. I would just leave it the way it is. Okay, I would just leave it. I profess I've never, ever, ever even looked at this. If Michael is around, all I know is that if I want to Only two options within Brokerage Plus: either your paper trading, simulation trading, or you're connecting to your IB account. And I would encourage you, if you want more information about Brokerage Plus and connecting with your IB account, just give me a second here. I encourage people to watch this if you're new. Okay, 20 short video lessons. And the last three are with Brokerage Plus and IB, okay? These are the short video lessons. When you click on the link, this is what I'm talking about. So the bottom three lessons: Brokerage Plus, Intro to Brokerage Plus, how to link to Brokerage, okay? Take the time to, and there's a lot of, these are very short, to the point, quick little videos. What is an alert window? What is a top list window? What is a single stock window? All laid out for you. Just take the time to read them, to see them. Well, this is the way I look at it, George. I mean, all this is intraday. I mean, it depends obviously how you want to use the program. But for instance, if I click on save, all right, and I look at save. Now, granted, I'm not sure, a lot of people do not want to swing trade a short. But if you were into swing trading shorts and you're looking at, to me, it's a matter of looking at the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart. When you click on an alert, check to see the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. How much room does it have to keep moving? You can see save, basically, the all-time low looks like it's set just around 7, okay? Just over 7. This is getting so close to an all-time low. So you could say to yourself, well, again, I'd like to find something that's, because I know a lot of people do not want to. So look at news, okay? Imagine if you'd seen news here, right here. And if you look left on that daily chart, so there's a stock sitting at $1.30 or so. You look left on that monthly chart, you see there's some resistance around 250. The weekly, there's some resistance around 2. You might consider, had you wanted to swing this one if you had this one yesterday, as an example. Yeah, I know. It's a bug. It shouldn't have happened. So you see what I'm saying? It's not so much picking the time frame. Now, we do have a channel as an example. If you click on new and you click on the channel bar, excuse me, and one of them is, I think it's Swing Ideas. Where are you? I know you're here. Swing Ideas, okay. Excuse me. You can click on that channel, and again, the exercise then is to click on the alerts. And to me, if I'm looking at a swing trade, I want to see a lot of room on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. A lot of room that the stock could keep moving higher without getting stopped by chart resistance. Okay? That makes sense. So it's not a matter of, you know, what time frame to use. It's more when you get an idea. Did it really? You are right. Yeah, you can pick and choose. You know, for me to swing, it's because obviously you don't want to swing something. If you looked at a chart, a monthly or a weekly chart that had a whole bunch of trading activity just above the price you want to get in, because that could block it obviously from moving it up. Okay, so how to move all the windows in a layout to another monitor. Okay, so there's no way to exactly do that, but this may be the fix. This is what I do. And this is for anybody else also. If you have multiple monitors, this is what I do. And this is only for the app. You can't do this on the web-based version. So I take my toolbar and I put it in the top left-hand corner of what I'm going to designate as my main monitor. This is my main monitor, the one I'm displaying for everybody. I put all my Trade Ideas windows where I want them on this monitor, and I put all my Trade Ideas windows on my other monitors where I want them. Okay? I do obviously, and I have 3 monitors, so I do have other Trade Ideas windows that you guys don't see. Once I place them exactly where I want them, from the toolbar, I click on Tools, Options, and then you see where it says Layouts. Click on Layouts, and then you check Open Relative to Main Window. Check it, and save. And make sure when you exit Trade Ideas, you save your work so it remembers what you did. When you exit Trade Ideas, and then tomorrow when you come back, all your windows will be where you want them to be. So there is no way to take this window all at once and put it in a container and move it, but I think that is basically that's what people are wanting to be able to do. They don't want to have to spend every day arranging windows. Well, it does appear having issues because it took a stop out on this one. Now let's see if it would have stopped out now. So in this case, it looks like it would have stopped out. I see a low of 1086, 1065 on this last candle, but that was a premature stop out. Okay. And this one, unfortunately, did not show up for me. Until I did a refresh. So yes. So it appears that these little glitches are in the simulator. Well, wait a minute. No. Okay, so I know I apologize if I butcher your name. Is it Naushad? Naushad in the YouTube feed? How to set up the bid and ask window? Where? In what window? So this is what I'm doing with the FMCI. Now, first of all, it is an ugly looking chart yesterday. I don't know what the situation was yesterday. No idea. I mean, this is basically flatline for the whole day. No, okay. So this looks like this is a buyout. This is a merger, or they want to acquire. So this is why this flatlined all day yesterday. So I'd be a little wary about this. Well, this is the bid ask right here. Okay, this is the bid and the ask, where the market depth. Are you talking about in the Brokerage Plus window? You know, so here. I mean, you can put a bid ask. I don't put a bid and ask, but I guess you can add as columns. You can add the bid and the ask up here. I don't because. So look at, by the way, this one is not over and done with. Look at MGNX. I actually saw some news after hours that kind of looked not that great. I noticed after hours yesterday, you notice the drop it took. But yes, it's down, but it is not dead. So again, now shot. I mean, if you're talking to Brokerage Plus window, you can add a bid and ask column. You know, if you right click on the columns, you can see you can add a bid ask column. If that's what you mean. All right, interesting. It wants to. I'm just taking an eye on this one. So this one probably is going to be a no-go, guys. I mean, I'm just, you know, when I looked at this yesterday, I mean, this looks like this was some kind of a buyout. I mean, it doesn't trade. So be a little wary of this one, FMCI. This one, the VIAC. The VIAC is... yeah, so what I'd be doing is I'd actually be putting an alert under 16. You know, I'd like to see it take that whole number out. Yeah, so I can see, yeah. So the AI got turfed out of the MGNX just as I was talking about it. There's a red bar ignored also. You start to get, if the questions start drying up a little bit more, I may be, in fact, be able to take a trade somewhere today. But there's a red bar ignored. We talk about that. There's the green candle. There's the red candle is basically totally engulfed by that previous green candle. Next candle is green, moving above the top of that red candle. So, and it continues. So this can be looked at as a potential long setup. You know, basically treating that red bar as a pause, just a pause in the uptrend. It's not 100% of the time. You know, is it going to work? But and also on the downside, if you saw a bunch of red candles, and then a green candle engulfed by the previous red one, and then the next one is red and it continues down, the same kind of action, just in reverse. So now, Shad, I'm not sure if I answered your question. You can put the bid and ask up here in the Brokerage Plus. No, that's okay. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. Ask me questions. And I just got a question about my layout again, and that's absolutely fine. So here's the layout link. I was asked for my layout. Here's my layout again. So the only thing I just want to keep harping on is that this is, because it's a layout. If you have a layout already loaded, make sure you save that layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced by my layout again, which is okay as long as you save your layout to the cloud. And sugar. I was gonna take this trade, PSTI. So hey, Hugh, you owe me money. This is the first trade I was going to take in 3 days. The PSTI, and I'm just kidding you, okay? There's that. So there's the PSTI. What on the downside? What's happened? 1677. So let's see, what did it do? Nothing really. Save 17,752. Yeah. Well, it got down to. I mean, as a quick trade. 752 on a percentage basis, got down to 726 before it's popped up. I'll have to do that tomorrow, Harry. Okay. The reason is if I do it now, if I make a change, I'm going to lose these. I agree, actually, that I should have. It should look more like this, maybe, instead of the. I should have this as the foreground. The white is probably easier to read. Yeah, if I do it now, I'm going to lose. So let me just put a note to myself, because I do agree, actually. I think this is what you're talking about, really. As an example. The reason it's all black is because it's the last one, but it'll look more like this when we get another alert. But I do agree. Yeah, I mean, there's a way, excuse me, there's a way, there is a way in which you can auto trade, you can auto trade an alert window if you wanted to. And any alert window that you create, including my alert windows, all right? And basically, without getting too, well, it's getting close to 10:30. Basically, you have to have the strategies here, all these strategies, one of them being Barry's watch list up as an example. So if I had wanted to auto trade that, I would have just turned the strategy on. See, now it's on. So that would have meant every time I see the next alert that would appear here, I'll leave it on just for fun. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I'll leave it on just to see. Well, it has to show up. No, you can't auto trade. Well, you can't auto trade a specific stock, but you can set up, one-click trading and pretty quickly trade it. Okay, the only way you can auto trade is having a symbol automatically show up in a window. Okay, now if you might have a watch list, and if something from the watch list triggers, yes, but you can't just go, type in a symbol W and have it auto trade it, if that's what you mean. But one-click trading is pretty darn quick. Unless something is moving like, $1 in a nanosecond, you can set it up ahead of time to this one-click trading and just click, and now it's traded as per your rules. Okay, so maybe not quite auto trading, but pretty darn close. Okay, so Hugh, am I pronouncing your name right? No, only an alert window. Only an alert window. So in the YouTube feed, Traded is Brokerage Plus is available everywhere. Okay, the main use of Brokerage Plus for the majority of people will be to do simulation trading. Okay, that will be the main use. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can trade your account also using this order entry window, okay, in a number of ways. So Hugh, my guess is that you're from Belgium. My guess is that Interactive Brokers is available in Belgium. You would have to go to the Interactive Brokers website, okay, and just check. So it's Interactive Brokers. And check to see if they're available in Belgium. They're available in so many countries around the world. Okay? Just check. So it's not a matter, is Brokerage Plus available for non-US aliens? That's not the issue. Brokerage Plus is available anywhere, anybody in the world, to use as a simulator, or if you have an Interactive Brokers account, to trade your account. Then that's nothing I can help you with in terms, you're saying it's the most difficult thing. Nothing I can help you with. It's the only one it works with you if you want to trade a live account. Yeah, that'll depend on your broker. I'm just looking here. So Zine is available for me to short at Interactive Brokers, but it obviously is not available for you. What, before I click on that, what is that list? That PDF? I really, I'm hesitant. I do trust you, but I'm just hesitant to click on anything that I'm not aware of. What is it? Yeah, okay, guys, and just a general announcement. You will be hearing a lot of noise in the background. It is a fan that is basically helping to dry out our floor. We had some water damage last week, and it's downstairs, and there are a bunch of fans going full tilt, and it'll last until tomorrow anyway, okay? So sorry. Nothing I can do about that, so just so you know, nothing I can turn off. Well, a stopped order? Okay, so it's a good question, actually. Now, I'm going to discount FMCI because I don't think FMCI, just based on the way it traded yesterday, is probably not going to move. But you notice that, in fact, on MGNX, let's just see here. Now, this is a pretty emotional stock, but there was a re-entry time. So if a stock gets stopped out or at any time hits the stop price, even if it's not like a classic stop out, but at any time during the day, it actually hits the stop price. And then if it comes, and you see how we have a re-entry price right there, say for Zine, these are both shorts. So if remember, this is a short, so if Zine happened to go up to 413, even if it got stopped out earlier, maybe because an algorithm kicked in and said, you know what, I'm not going to wait to get stopped out at the stop price, or maybe it moved down and I took some profit, and later on though it actually hit the stop price. So if at any time a stock hits the stop price for whatever reason, and then comes back to that re-entry price, then it gives you a second chance to trade the stock, okay? Now, look, it's not highly scientific. That entry price is automatically calculated when we get the alert. It's just halfway between the first entry and the stop, 50%. And you'll notice that there's no time here because it never hit the stop price. This one didn't hit the stop price, but Macrogenics did. Okay, Macrogenics did hit the stop price. And so this is giving you a secondary, you don't have to do it, but 2488 is a secondary attempt maybe at shorting this stock. But again, this is a pretty emotional stock. Level 2 is, which I don't use, Jatinder. Level 2 is basically where you can see the bid and the ask stacking up. Okay, you can see the bid and the ask at various price points. Okay, and the reason I don't use it, and a lot of people don't use it anymore, is that a lot of games can be played. The big players can, stick in a huge ask or a huge bid to try to influence a little, and then they yank them. So I don't use it anymore. Well, it's an algorithm, Asif. It's just the algorithm. Okay, this is a real-time alert. It's like saying, how did Mara, why did Mara show up? Okay, well, Mara showed up because if I look at and imagine this was an AI strategy. So here are the filters in place, okay? So with these filters in place, the price between a certain price point and current volume being at least 3 and minimum 300,000 shares, etc. So here are all the filters. So if all these filters are met and a stock makes a new high, that's why it shows up in this window, okay? So all right, so that's why Zine showed up. All the filters were met, and then whatever the trigger is, I don't know if it was a new low or the day, but whatever the trigger was, then that's why we see the alert. And then this is, I think, let me just click here. I think we're using the VWAP stop, if I'm not mistaken. I see 26 cents. So we're using a proprietary stop that's automatically generated. Okay? Well, the level 2 window, the level 2 window is from your broker. Okay? We don't supply a level 2 window or time and sales. You want level 2, time and sales and all that, that is from your broker. We have nothing to do with it. So when you say how to set it up, it'll be within within your broker. And listen, because I don't use it, and I know Real, who's our great trader, one of the great traders who are is in the room, not as active right now because he wants to trade and not listen to me explain the program all day long, which I completely understand. But after next week, we'll be back to more trading. But anyway, he and I are of the same mind. I just don't even look at level 2 anymore. Okay, now I hope I'm caught up. Okay, so can change. Okay, did somebody ask for my? Okay, I'm trying to get caught up here. Want to see if make sure somebody asked for my. So there's my layout again. So can you change? Yes. So if you've loaded my layout. Well, Jatinder, do you have my layout? Have you downloaded my layout? Because I just download my layout. I have two conversations going at once. In case you guys don't know what I'm talking about, we also have a live YouTube stream. So this is what I'm also keeping an eye on, and of course then in the trading room itself. No, there's no updated one, I guess then. I see a list of scanners on the website. No, there's not an updated one, I don't think. You might, tell you what, if you go to info at trade-ideas.com, ask the question, put that link in there and saying, a list of scanners on the website is from 2018. Is there an updated version? Okay. Didn't I just go over that, Elwin? So, I would use this. Yeah, well, I did. I'm not on mute. I said there's a re-entry price, for MGNX that is calculated right there. Well, I mean, you just load it. Like what I'm doing here is I'm demonstrating the simulation mode, okay? Notice it took that trade, it did take the trade in auto mode. But the problem is that it took the trade right here at 1050. That's because Harry had me duplicate this window, and so, I don't want to get too involved, but I had this window duplicated, so it thought the entry was 1050. I know that's a little confusing. Okay, so Bob, have you actually connected Trade Ideas Simulated Trading? Have you actually connected? Okay, so if you've downloaded it, okay, so I'll have to try to answer. So if you've downloaded it, Jatinder, just right click and configure, and you'll see the filters right there. Okay, that's all you have to do on any alert window, any top list window. Just right click and click on summary and you'll see the filters. Okay? All right, so why, okay, so you have turned, I'm going to turn this off, by the way. So you swear you've turned them on. Now, what are you talking about within the AI? Or what have you turned on? What strategy have you turned on? Okay. So you clicked on Holly, and so you turn them all on. And are these the strategies you see? You see starting from breakout all the way down to pullback short. You see all of them? Was that a yes for that question? Okay. So when did you do it? Because it's not going to show the early alerts, of course. It won't have it. You know, if you just did it, you'll. For instance, I see ALLO was the last one. But you know what? I'll turn them all on just to see. You know, I do not auto trade the AI, but just for these purposes. I think I can do them all at once. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, I'll see what happens. And I'm in simulation mode. Okay. Okay, so Hugh, where did you download my layout? Did you download it from the channel bar? Like new? Or did you actually download that link? The link that I put in the room. Bob. All right. So, well, I don't know what to say. I've tested that link. Anybody who downloaded my link this morning, my layout link, are you getting all the windows that you should be? You should see the Brokerage Plus window, the AI. The basic new highs and lows. You might only see five charts instead of four, or instead of six. Okay, so Kelly, you are on the web, right? You're using the web-based version. My support on the web-based version is, I'll just use the word, unfortunately I have to tell you it's kind of putrid because I don't use the web-based version at all. Oh, you did download the app. Okay, so again, I just want to, if you can go on off topic, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to download my layout again to just prove to me that it is working. Okay. PSTI is turning into a really, unfortunately I'm not in this one. Nice. I just want to check here. 9.98, 10. That's almost $1. I know it pulled back a little, but 11.64. What did that get to? Yeah, it would have been quick. Not a bad one though. Got up to 12.21. I'm not saying you could have got out right at 12.21, but the PSTI. Again, 9.98, 10.74. What is the news doing? It's hanging in there. So, you know, for me, I'd be putting an alert right a little bit above here. Maybe at the high of the day, in fact. Only issue I have with it is that there's a lot of, yeah, see, there's a lot of resistance for GNUS right around 2. A lot of resistance. Look at that weekly chart. Look at all the action up there. All right, I am going to. I'm going to look at my. I'm going to look at my layout. And let me just give me one more minute. I just want to do a couple of things on my other monitors to ensure that I. All right. Give me a second, please, okay? Just give me one more. I just want to make sure I don't want to mess up my current layout. All right. This is the layout. I just tried my link. This is exactly what you should see. And the symbol list is checked. Yes, the symbol list is checked. Well, I know the symbol list is checked because I'm getting alerts in here. So guys, I have no idea what you're doing because the link that I've been giving you, which I've asked you to download, this just appeared, okay? This is overlaid, this is overlaid what I have, but this is what you get. So, okay, I just wanted to ensure to myself that it is working. Okay, so no, we're talking. Okay, Ed W. Yeah, I'm not saying the link. I know you're not saying the link is bad. Send an email saying, "Is there a newer list?" Okay, so guys, yes, I don't know how it's showing on your screen. You're right. I mean, this is my layout that I'm using. It's possible that things are, over. You're going to have to rearrange. Okay. So, but I just wanted to make sure that all the windows are showing. So that might be no. So, okay, Hugh. So I mean that's maybe the issue. So you're right. I mean, it may not pop up exactly like this, but then it's going to require some rearranging on your part to get the windows. And then after that, though, then you can save the layout. And then when you enter again, everything should be exactly where you want them. Well, this is the link. I mean, it's not named exactly. This is the test drive. This is the test. Never mind the strong stocks up. Okay, test drive May 2020. So there is the link. I have a very active mouse, today. You have to change the speed or something. Is. Oh no. I hate Windows when it does that. Okay, so but there is the link right there. Oh, give me a moment here. I just have to. All right, guys, just give me a second. I just have to unminimize my windows so I can see them again on my other monitors. Yeah, there's a limitation with the web-based version. You can only have 5 charts. I didn't realize that. So when I created the layout, the shared layout, I actually had 6 charts, okay? And, these 5 time frames plus the SPY chart. And then it was pointed out to me that people, when they're trying to load the web-based version, they were getting an error. So I had to delete from my layout that I'm sharing one of the charts. Well, do you need the SPY window? I mean, it's up to you. I like to keep an eye on the SPY. It gives me a barometer about what the market's doing. So if I'm getting into a trade, and especially if I want to maybe try something that is not completely trading on its own and more or less maybe following the market, some of the bigger plays, trading on its own typically mean that it's an earnings play. What has happened here? Oh, I know something has happened here. I can't remember what the fix is. Julio. Oh, well, I'll deal with it later. Brokerage Plus does not include. I'm sorry. Brokerage Plus is, it's 1043. I'm going to go over a lot of explanations right now, okay? And I'm just going to keep piling through all this. I'm going to miss some questions, all right? But I think it's important. I just want to pile through a lot of this. And so maybe hold off answering or asking me any questions until I'm done this, okay? So I just want to go over the AI. So basically what you see here, this is the AI. Obviously you're not having a great day today. To load this, you'll see it says Strategy Trades All. What I would do is click New from the toolbar, and where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, I would load that window, and then this is what you're going to get. And I don't care about the individual strategies that made the cut so much. All I care about are the alerts that come from them. And so this is the window, and I watch this all day long. Sometimes, stocks that stopped out, but if they come back to the entry price, might give us another opportunity to trade the stock. Okay? You can't use the back tester in standard. You have 10 free ones, and then that's it. You need our premium service. This is what the AI does. There are, not sure how many, I always say 50. Really don't know how many strategies there are, but used to be 50 strategies. This is not one of them. What the AI does, it waits for the market to close and then takes a look at the filters that are in place and all the different strategies, maybe tinkers around with the values within the filters. You know, you see right there, I've got, in this window, I've got stocks between 1 and 30. Maybe makes a change to that, runs the back tester, maybe makes a change in another filter, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Obviously, you and I can never do that. Hard enough to do it with one strategy, but to go through 50, impossible. And then tomorrow, we were then presented with the strategies that, as I call it, that made the cut. Typically, making the cut is a strategy that had a win percentage of at least 60 and a profit factor of at least 2. Okay? And, you know, again, for me, I don't care what strategies made the cut. All I care about are, so that is, and then when you get the alerts, you know, you manage them. I find it's a good watch list. I find it, you know, that you just can manage the alerts as you see fit. You know, you can there are a lot of people that want to auto trade the AI. I don't recommend it. There are a couple of you that have said they're auto trading the entries on the AI and then managing the exits. Okay? When did the sound go out? Hopefully it was just briefly. Where was I? I don't want to repeat everything. Can somebody tell me 30 seconds ago for about 15 seconds? Okay, so basically my description of what the AI goes through. So, okay, I'll just quickly do it again. This is not an AI strategy, but if it were an AI strategy, it takes a look at all the filters that are in place, plays around with the values, maybe adds a filter, takes one out, runs through our back tester, has to go through all 50 strategies like that, okay? Obviously, you and I could never do that, and it's hard enough to do one. And when the routine is over, the optimization routine is over, basically, tomorrow we get presented with the strategies that made the cut. The strategies that make the cut are typically having it have a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2. And this is what I always say. Personally, I don't care what strategies made the cut. All I care about are what are the alerts we're getting from them. So that's what we see here. And, you know, to see this window here, I would not, I mean, look, you can click on New Channel Bar and the Omni Channel, and you'll see all these three. We're going to get, you know, we're going to be changing up the concept of the 3 AIs. But right now we still have that concept. If you care, the original one was called Holy Grail. Then the next one was Holly 2.0, a little more aggressive in terms of maybe stops and stuff. Holly Neal was looking at very aggressive, you know, stocks that have wide ranges, lots and lots of relative volume, etc. So, you know, if you know, great risk reward if it worked, but you have to, but there's a downside to it also because it's pretty risky. So anyway, I don't care. Just tell me the alerts. You know, where are the alerts from them? So there's the Allo, you know, 38.48. So it's at 39.78. Obviously, you know, working pretty well, up 3%. You know, the first ones obviously didn't work. So that is basically what the AI is all about. If you want to zoom in a chart, if you go to the chart, left click on the chart so TI knows that's the chart you want. Press Control, keep the Control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with the scroll wheel on your mouse, scroll in and out. Okay, scroll in and out. Now, if you want to zoom in, no, you don't necessarily have. Don't do it again. Second. Oh man. Okay, there we go. If you wanted to if you wanted to zoom in on a specific area of my screen, there is a zoom, all in one. So if you can find the magnifying glass, probably in the top right hand corner somewhere. So if you find the magnifying glass, and then you can start zooming in on an area of my screen that maybe you want to concentrate on. Okay, so it's not necessary you see my entire screen. Maybe you just want to see a certain portion. Maybe you just want to see my watch list. Maybe you just want to see the basic new highs and lows. Maybe you want to see the AI. Okay, so there is the option just to scroll in or zoom in on an area of my screen. You cannot see the parameters of the AI strategies. No, they are all proprietary. All right. Somebody asked about. Just 1 second. Let me rearrange something here. All right. So somebody asked about aggressive, moderate, and conservative. Okay. And I think again we'll probably be retooling this, but as it stands, conservative means getting out exactly when the AI got out. Okay. So you can see there's Allo. There was the price, 38.48, and Algo. There might have been a time hold on this, I'm not sure, or an algo. No, there's no time hold. So an algo kicked in to get it out at 37.07. I'm sorry, at 39.23. So if I look at this, you know, it had that drop there, right there. So it said, you know what, we're going to get out of the trade. Moderate and aggressive will be the same percent all day long, with the one caveat. The aggressive is, okay, what would happen if you stayed in the trade all day long, right to the bitter end, you didn't look at the, you know, even if it was stopped out, you just, what would have happened if that happened? Moderate will be exactly the same. The only difference is if a stock actually hits a stop hit, it doesn't keep recalculating it, okay? It stops, it takes it out of the equation. Okay, let me talk about, okay, I just want to see if I'm caught up. Guys, it helps me also if when you ask me a question, just put a question mark afterwards, because then it's blue and I can very quickly see if there are questions, okay? And again, somebody asked, we get the question a lot, how do you use the AI? Everybody will use the AI in a different way. Okay, there's no right or wrong way. There's no, this is how you do it. You know, it's basically laid out. The only rule that I would absolutely follow is if it hits the stop price, you get into a trade, it hits the stop price, get out. Okay. After that, though, it's like a watch list. You know, maybe you get an alert at 39.84. Now this one worked immediately, but maybe what if it dipped down to 39.35 or 30, okay? Then what I'd be doing is I'd be setting a price alert back at that original entry and seeing if it triggered, seeing what sort of room it has. I'm all about, I mean, look at the room Allo has, okay, as an example. So, you know, for me, not every alert is going to look great, but when I see this alert, I mean, this is basically an all-time high. And I'm trying to figure out why this happened when I know there's an explanation. Julio. Maybe Julio can answer. Oh. Why is this happening? There is a reason. when I moved my, when Windows disappeared on me and I brought everything back, this does not bring back the way I want it to, so I'm going to have to ask somebody. Well, beeping, the only way you can tell, and I don't know what window it's coming from. There's no, you have to, okay, you can turn all the sounds off if you want, right there on that toolbar icon, the sound icon in the toolbar. That's a toggle on and off. Remember you've done it though, because later on you might say, hey, I'm not getting any sound alerts. Okay, so that's the only option, turning all them off. Otherwise, you'll have to go through each one of your alert windows, right click, properties, actions, and then you'll see if it says beep, then you know that's the one. So I have no idea where it's coming from. Well, then you have to try them all. You have to, like, it's happening, it's coming somewhere, and I can't help you because I don't have access to your system, but you're going to have to right click on every single alert window you have, and if you see something that says beep, then that's where it's coming from. Well, these are candle charts. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. It's the only option. Okay, I mean, these are candle charts. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Well, that's interesting because I thought I turned it off. So you're on the web, okay. I thought I turned it off. Because that'll be the basic new highs and lows. That's the only one that is, I thought I went through and I turned off the sound. Now, did you load it from Monday? Because on Monday, I changed it afterwards. So if you're using it from Monday, yes. Yes, not briefly talk about Brokerage Plus. I'm going to talk more extensively about Brokerage Plus, okay? So, okay, and I'm going to pile through this, okay? I'm going to pile through this. I'm not going to answer any questions right now. I'm going to go through Brokerage Plus in more detail. So save your questions, please, while I get through this. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. Okay, now how do you load this? From the tool, and it's only available with the app. It is not available in the web-based version. So in the app, from the toolbar, new Brokerage Plus window. Okay, the Brokerage Plus window will pop up. Now, there are some columns, obviously, that are probably already loaded for you. Excuse me, if you right click on any one of those columns and click on columns, here are all the columns you have that you can add, okay? I can't tell you which ones you want. These are the ones that I like. Within the Brokerage Plus window, if you click on new, these are the tabs that you have. Okay, I probably have them, all open, but definitely the strategies tab and the positions tab, two important ones. All right. So now, Brokerage Plus can be used in one of two ways. For most of you who are new to trading or even new to trade ideas, you'll want to put this on the simulator. And all you have to do is check it. Simulated trading, okay, paper trading, check that, and now you can practice trading. Doesn't matter what broker you've got, it's using our real-time data. So it has no bearing on what broker you have. Okay? If you wanted to trade your account, you need an interactive broker's account. Forget, I know it says E-Trade and Alpaca. You need an interactive broker's account, and then you can use this Brokerage Plus window as sort of your order entry screen. It'll connect to interactive brokers. And then when you click on an alert, and even if you did it the most manual way, it will trade, okay, using your interactive broker's account. But I'm on the simulator all day long. And everything I'm saying, until I say you need our premium service, everything I'm saying is part of our standard package. Just give me a moment here. Okay, Jatinder, I'm going to have to, I want to keep going, okay? So I'll answer your questions, but I want to keep going in Brokerage Plus. The problem is, if I start answering every question as they come in, my explanation of Brokerage Plus just becomes too scattered. So I'm just going to pile through this. So everything I'm saying right now is part of the standard service. Again, I'll tell you when you need the premium service. So in its most manual way of using Brokerage Plus, if I click on an alert, the symbol will show up. Notice I clicked on ONEM down here. The symbol showed up. I can pick how many shares I want to buy. I can pick the price I want to get in at. Okay. If I'm shorting this stock, I sell. And if I'm going long, I buy. Okay. These are hotkeys. You can get out of a position, flatten, half your position, double your position, reverse your position. So get out of half or double. If you're new to trading, forget about reverse, okay? That is basically though taking a short position and instantly turning it into a long, or vice versa. That's the most manual way. So let's do one. Let's take the O&M trade, okay, in a very manual way. Let's take a couple hundred shares. Now the spread is a little tough, so if I go in at a market, but you know what, just for I could pick a price to go in at. Let's see if I get a fill. And you see what I'm talking about? You see the price. I'm trying to pick a price at 28.36, and it's it's in between. I could leave it there for a while if I wanted. But if I want to take this trade right now, I'd have to go in at 28.39, the market. But I got a fill. So I did get a fill at 28.38. Okay, so there was some activity at 28.38. So I got the fill. So there it is. Now I can start managing the trade. Now at this point, now we don't recommend doing this, but you should always have your stop ahead of time. But I'm just really showing you. You can put a stop in right now. So, wow, what a move this has been, 25.63. So let's put a stop down here. I mean, that's still a very, very wide stop. But just for demonstration purposes, at 27.13. Right at where those 5-minute candles are. Okay, so if I wanted to do that, 27.10. Okay, and I can put a stop. Out of there. Okay, so I've got a stop. I just put the stop. It's right on the chart. Actually, it was at 28.36. Okay, that's okay. I understand what happened. So this I should have readjusted this so this price didn't show up, but that's okay. 28.36. And if I allowed it to happen, I'd lose $253. At this point, what I'm also going to do, you can also take that and I can move it up. Okay, I can move it up and down right on the chart. As the stock starts moving up, I can start using it as a trailing stop. Okay. You don't see the buy and sell buttons, and you're on I didn't use the buy and sell buttons on this particular one. Okay. I'm going to get out of this trade. I'm going to flatten the trade. Okay. So you see the spread was such that Yeah, I mean, look what happened. I mean, look at the spread. So this is like real world, guys. I mean, look at the spread now. Well, it was 28.31, 28.30. So anyway, I want to do another one though. I want to say use the buy button on the chart. But that is the most manual way you can use it. I mean, you can do it. You know, you can get into a trade and pick how many shares you want. Check. You know, I'd be checking the bid ask to see, okay, what the spread is like. But again, I can take this one. I'll take this one right at the market. Buy it right at the market. And there it is. And then I just manage the trade as the trade. There's my P&L right now on that trade. Okay, so I mean that's the easiest. That's the most manual way to use this. You can also set up what we call one-click trading. If I right-click on the symbol, well, I look at the symbol, I click the symbol. Maybe I like what I see on the chart, so I can go back and right-click, and then this box will pop up when you hover over trade. This box will pop up. I know that we've established some default ones for you, but you can of course create your own. I mean, so this is how quickly you can trade then. You know, because you take a look at you look at the symbol, say, yeah, I want to trade it. Right click, and and come on, and the box pops up, and you just pick how you want to trade it. So you know, within 3 seconds, you're able to trade it just by picking how you want to trade it using one of the parameters that you set up. So I mean, it's not auto trading, but it's pretty darn quick. So how do you set those up though? So if you go to the subscription, if you go to the strategies tab, I'm going to move this down a bit. Oh, you don't see the buy sell buttons in Brokerage Plus. Okay, let me answer that. You have to be in the positions. Okay, you have to be in the positions tab to see them. Have you clicked on the positions tab? Siegel, have you clicked on the positions tab within Brokerage Plus? Okay, then you'll see them. Okay, sorry, I didn't want to jar you awake, but so if you do that, you'll see them. Okay. For those of you who don't see them, even if you're in the positions tab, there's a gear there, and it's an option, show order entry. Okay. And so you have to make sure, just check show order entry. And it's a gear. Okay. So this one-click trading that I was talking about, how to set it up. Now you have to click on the strategies tab, and notice all of these correspond to these. So anything that's buy is a long, and anything short is a sell. Okay, an S. So these are the ones that I set up myself. Now here's how you can do it yourself. You right-click in the window, right-click, new trading strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? And now you can fill in as much information here as you want. I'm going to go over how I established one of mine. Okay. So I went through this exercise, a new trading strategy, and I created this one. I called it Chart Long $100 Risk. And you'll see why I called it that. And then I went through the exercise in all of these tabs. I filled in as much information as I wanted. Entry time, I don't care. Okay, it's a discretionary, so it doesn't matter to me. But if you were, say, auto trading an alert window that you created, like this one, you know, I have a delay of 15 minutes, so the slider would be right there. So if I were and you see what I'm talking about when I talk about auto trading, say an alert window that you create. But these are the two important tabs right there. Order details and risk management. Please get used to the idea that not every trade is going to work. I'd love to say every trade you get into is going to work, but unfortunately, real world, it doesn't. So you notice this is position sizing, and I'm basing it on a stop loss. This is a drop-down filter. I would encourage you to base it on the stop loss, which I'm going to show you in risk management. And you see that 100? So what the 100 means is that if I get into a trade, this is in the simulator, if I get into a trade and it's not working for me, what am I prepared to lose on the trade? So in this particular case, I want to max out with a $100 loss, okay? And you know how much you're going to risk? You have to keep it real. In other words, if you have a $5,000 account, you know, wow, VTIQ has come right back. I'm just, I hear it ringing in my ear. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade, okay? So even if it's in the simulator, you know, our default for the amount that you have to play with in the simulator is $100,000. We are going to make that user defined, you know, which I would encourage you to do. So if you have a $5,000 account, you know, put $5,000. That's what you have to play with, as an example. But anyway, I digress. I'm using $100, so if the trade works against me, the max I want to lose is $100. My stop, it's another drop-down menu, drop-down menu. I'm using the filter. This is a massive in formula. This is a huge drop-down menu. Don't worry about all these. What I would try is this VWAP stop. It's a proprietary stop that we developed. And unfortunately, I don't understand why this is all screwed up. But you would see it, see if I can, but you would see the VWAP stop. It would be a number. So for instance, if we could see it right here, let's just say for argument's sake, it said 30 cents. That means if you got into the trade, say at $1, the stop would be at 70 cents, 30 cents away, okay? As an example. I'm gonna have to fix this. My target, now I don't put targets, but people ask all the time, can you put a target? So yes, you can. Just one moment, please. One moment, please. That is not right, Jason. So you can put a target, and I put 50 cents here. Again, this is, you know, what does that mean? I mean, you can put targets. I guess if you're, you know, going to step away from your computer and let it run automatically, I guess. But at any rate, this is just for demonstration purposes. So what that 50-cent offset means is that if I get into a trade at $1 and I let it run and it hopefully it went up to $1.50, it would take me out of the trade. So let me show you how I use the buy button on the chart. Now, if you don't have that buy button on the chart, then please, in the link section, download, TI download, click on that link right there, and you'll be brought to the download page. Okay, and you know, not the web, I don't know why that's prominent, to be honest, but right there, there's the download, that's the app. Okay, obviously you need a PC for this, or if you're running a Mac, you need an emulator. Okay, but there's the latest version. So, and that'll give you the buy and the sell button on the chart. Okay, so what you have to do once you've created your long strategy, and you've created within here the rules, you know, how you want to trade it if I take a trade, then you designate one of your long strategies as the way in which you want to trade using the buy button on the chart, the long. And you do that by going to the one you want to do it with. You right click and you just check default chart long strategy. Okay, so now when I use the buy button on the chart, it's going to follow these rules that I created. Sure, I'm connected. Okay. So let's take this trade, or take another trade. Let me see. I hate it, but I'll take Riot. Okay, so I'm going to use the buy button. Click on it. I'm going to drop it right at the price. It should take it. I think I went in at the price. There we go. Okay, so it just took the trade. So you see it took 500 shares. Why did it take 500 shares? If I take the entry price, 932, minus the stop, and multiply by 500, I'm going to get close to $100. You know, it's not usually bang on, but it's usually pretty close. You notice right there it's $92. So if I allow this to run its course, okay, and if I don't do anything at all, and just let this trade run, if the price moved down to 214, I'd be taken out of the trade automatically, okay? You notice up there, it's hard to see, you don't see the line, but if it got up to, what is it, 50 cents, so if it got up to 278, if this trade got up to 278, because that's about 50 cents above the, that's 50 cents above the, or for 272, 50 cents above the entry. If I allowed it just to run its course, it would take me out for a $257 gain. Okay? And of course, if the trade really started to work well, and it started to approach that, and I thought, you know what, there's no point in getting out there. I could raise it, or I could lower it right on the chart. I could raise that line. You just can't see the line, unfortunately. Okay? So that is basically, that's using the buy button. And again, you can use this as a trailing stop. So if I didn't like that stop, you know, or let's say the trade started really working well, I could, on the chart, I could just start moving the stop. You know, right up, okay? I could just move it where I want it to be. So you see right now it's at $2.19. So if the stock hits 219, it'll take me out of the trade. Okay? So everything I just said, everything, using the buy button, creating your own one-click trading, using the simulator, connecting to your interactive brokers and doing everything I said so you can trade your live account. Everything I just said is part of the basic service, the standard service, okay? Everything I just said. The only reason you would need our premium service, there are two reasons. If you do want to see the AI alerts as they come in all day, you need our premium service. If you wanted to say auto trade, an alert window that you create, or if you want like mine, you can download it and load it, download it and then add it, you know, add it here and then create. You'd have to create, so you could do something like this. If you create your own alert strategy, if you created your own alert strategy and then saved it to the cloud, and then you could load from the cloud. And then the strategy will appear here. Okay, you'll see you can add existing, and then you still have to go then, obviously, you have to go through the exercise. My formatting is going crazy today. Give me a second here. Okay, so you still have to go through the exercise, you know, once you have your strategy loaded. What is it doing this? Just a second. Here we go. All right. You still have to go through the exercise once you load your trading strategy of creating, you know, edit the trading strategy. You have to now create the rules and how you want to trade it. Okay? So all of that is part of the standard service. That's part, what I said before is part of the standard service. But if you wanted to auto trade, say something you created, then basically you turn the strategy on. Okay? See how it's off? and you just strategy disable. This is a toggle on and off. Now it's on. If you did want to auto trade your strategy, then you need our premium service. Okay. And last is if you did want to auto trade, a lot of people, might want to auto trade maybe the entries for the AI. If you wanted to auto trade the AI, and it's not a big recommendation, okay, you of course need our premium service in order to see the AI. You also have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever appropriate discount there is. Okay? So is everybody clear on sort of the difference between standard and premium and Brokerage Plus? If you're not, just let me know. Yeah, Christopher, I'm just getting seeing that because I changed it on Monday, the Monday after hours, and the new one should not have any beeping. I'll load it a little bit later. It shouldn't have any beeping in it. Okay, guys, what time is it? 11:21. Give me a couple of minutes, please. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Now I'll get to the YouTube. I see there's some questions in the YouTube feed. Just give me a couple of minutes. Move over. Oh well. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let me see the. Okay. Okay, so yeah, what I did was I may not have changed. I thought I did though. So Jatinder, are you talking about the basic new highs and lows? It's repeating, and yours is not. Is that what you're talking about? And Matt, I'll give you the formula editor's page. You're talking about the data points that you can use? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. All right, I'll ask the YouTube people, give me a thumbs up or give us a thumbs up on the YouTube live stream. Okay, the more thumbs up we get, of course. I guess this is all to do with searching, and they might find us, and we'll have a more robust community within the YouTube feed. Okay, so Matt, the formula editors page. So, do you know how to create? You know how to create these, or I can certainly give you the formula editors page. I guess I'm back now, so it's a couple of minutes is gone. Let me give you that page, okay? Okay, that is the account management page that'll take you to the formula editor. Okay, Matt. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, the reverse. If you're a new trader, run. Okay. All this does is, for instance, I'll do one. Let's see what happens. So what I did is I was long SGLB 200 shares, and when I reverse it, now I'm short SGLB 200 shares. Okay. Jason, I'm sorry. Yes, there is. Well, not here, but if you reset your account, you go to account and reset. Okay. I'm sorry. I think you said you missed, you didn't see some alert. Okay, I have to figure this out. Why am I getting it looking like this? Okay, what I want to do is, okay, that's all I had to do. Make sure this is right. Oh, okay, Jatinder. What are you're answering yes to what? So if you, I'll give you this one. Okay, I'll save you the hassle. I'll give you this one. Okay, I think what I did for just to maybe get people not so overwhelmed by the number of alerts, what I did was I said, okay, I'll use the feature that it's only going to show the alert one time or over every 5 minutes. When did you load it? Okay, Jason P. Because if you only see the last two, then it's, if you just loaded it, then you're not going to see the previous ones. Yeah, if you reload it, you're not going to see the last ones. Sorry, you only see the last ones. You won't see the ones previous. Okay, I'm just going to, because this is all kind of practicing, I just want to do something here, clear all this out. All right, so typically what I do every day is I do talk a little bit about the links that we've got here. Okay, so they are looking a little bit different right now, but in essence it's the same. We've gone to another format, but there's the TI pricing. There is the link for the pricing, and you can use this promo code Barry for Alpha. I'm going to make sure it is working. Yay, it works. Just give me a second here, though. You guys might want to hop on this. Just give me a second here. Okay. All right, so yeah, it appears that they're all working. So you can, so there's the promo code you can use, okay? Right there, Barry for Alpha, and this is the pricing of trade ideas. You know, without the promo code, you'd have to subtract 15%, okay? So we do have the 4 plans, the premium yearly, $22.68 a year, and the standard, $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. So again, as I tried to explain, the big difference between the premium and the standard is the AI. You need the AI with our premium service, or to have the AI, you need our premium service. And also, if you wanted to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. You don't have to start off, of course, with even a premium plan or an annual. You can always just try us out. Standard monthly, $118 a month minus that 15%, or $228 less the 15%. Okay. Now, if you do decide that you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we will honor. Look at that ONEM. We will honor that 15% promo code. Okay. So that's the pricing. I do a daily video. Okay, right there. There's a link for the daily video. Again, probably will not do one today. I haven't done one all week because I haven't taken any trades. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There's a link for that. Training. Click on that link. Great link, guys. All our training is here. Including, there's the Learn Trade Ideas. I do have a separate link for this, so you can quickly get here. But 20 lessons in 20 days. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I strongly suggest that you take a look at these videos. You don't have to take 20 days to do it. Okay? This is the link for the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. Actually, I'm in the YouTube feed from 9 to 12, and then another trader takes over from 12 to 1, and then from 1 to 3 I resume. But great link. You know, we've got all the webinars are here you can sign up for, okay? So that training link is, chock full of value. And then I actually did create a link for this 20 short lessons. There's a link for our homepage. If you have to get to our homepage, there is a link for the trading room. There is a link for the YouTube stream. And you still have time if you do want to take the test drive. You have the balance of today plus 6 days, Friday, tomorrow, and 5 days next week, okay? And that's what it looks like when you click on the link. That's what it looks like, okay? It started on the 11th, so it's not 10 days. If you start today, you're not getting 10 days. So if you think it's worthwhile to spend $8.99 for say 6.5 days, then go for it. And also open, if you're a standard subscriber, the same thing. Okay, you can sign up for it. It will cost the $8.99. I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. All the scans that I'm sharing. And the top one is the test drive scan. It's a link for the test drive. It's the layout I'm using. And again, if you click on the link, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. But I've got a lot of other scans underneath here. You might see something that is of interest to you. And the subscriptions, just put it here. You know, the test drive link is here also, and here's the pricing. Okay? Now, I think this is right. Yes, the scans that I share are here. I'm going to have to change this link section though. The scans that I share are right here. You can download, and they'll go to a Word document. I'm going to get rid of this, because it's different linking mechanism now. So, but the scans that I share, again, you can download that, and it'll go to a Word document, so you can take a look at all those scans at your leisure. Just a moment, please. Okay, so if you sign up for premium, we will get scans and links daily. Well, no. I mean, you sign up for, the whole idea of Trade Ideas is you can create your own alert windows, okay? You can create your own layout in the way you want to trade. Now, if you just want to watch my watch list as an example all day long, you know, once this test drive is over, I've incorporated in the layout for the test drive, I've incorporated these 3 windows. When the test drive is over though, you'll be able to access these 3 windows from my channel. New, channel bar, and my windows, okay? If you click on that, right now all you would see are these 3 plus a couple of charts, okay? So does that make sense, Supernova Maria? It's not that you don't get anything sent to you daily. The whole idea of Trade Ideas is you can create your own setups. Now, premium, you don't have to do anything. All you have to have is this window open. So there's nothing for you to do there. In the premium service, you'll see it's up here. You'll see the alerts as they come in, okay? But, you know, the idea is you can set up your own, or you can go to our channel bar and start looking at the various channels. These are all themed, okay? I'm going to go over the channel bar. I'm going to be on a break in about 15 minutes maybe. Yeah, look at 1M. Holy smokes, look at 1M. Can't remember where the first alert was, but what a run. Okay, the room files download. So are you talking? You talking about the scans, John? The scans to download? Okay. So right up there, it looks like a half open folder. It's called the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Can you see it? And then you click on that. So can you see that? Okay, and then just click on it. And then scans that I share, download. Again, that'll go to a Word document. So Adrian, what I would do is, contact, they might ask you for your log or something like that, or send an email. I cannot do anything about it. Send an email there and indicate that's what's happening. Silver, I haven't seen this one for a while. SSRM, it's actually an earnings play. SSRM, what a nice break out of this, all this mess right here on the daily chart. Nice little break. So I don't understand what you mean, need strategy provider, Evram. You're a beginner and you need strategy provider. The other thing, guys, too, if you're on this test drive, and I know, listen, the information that I, have been talking about over the last 4 days or 3.5 days, I know it can be absolutely overwhelming. First of all, there are a lot of things that I say that you may not, I'll phrase it, you don't maybe not care about because you're not interested in doing certain things that I'm talking about. But of course I'm trying to talk to a broad audience. But obviously, not obviously, but this room is like this Monday to Friday from 9 to 3 every day. This is not just something that we set up for the test drive. Okay? Now, when the test drive is over, the questions that I get will die down a lot, but we have a lot of people who are absolutely brand new, to trading and to trade ideas. So that's why there were way more questions that I normally get. But after the 22nd, things will die down a little bit, and I should be able to resume my own trading and start talking more about trading ideas. Okay, so we don't have a strategy. Evram, I really, really don't understand the question. I mean, you want my layout? Is that what you want? You want the layout so you can take a look at it? I don't understand the question. You need a strategy provider. I apologize. I just don't quite understand the question. If you're asking me like for something that I can, you want to trade something right away, you're new to trading. I mean, there's no such thing as the magic bullet, alert window that all you have to do is do this. Okay, so when you say they are dead, on the chart. So Bill, yeah, so Evram, that's why, if you can come into the trading room, I understand. Okay, now I understand. Well, that's why I give you this layout. Also, you can have, from the toolbar, from the channel bar, you can watch my layout, okay? So you don't have to know. Also, from the toolbar, are you in the web-based version, Evram, or are you in the? Do you have the app? So when you say they're dead, on the chart, you're talking about the buy and sell buttons on the chart? Bill? Well, you don't need to buy anything. Yeah, you know what, Evram? Why don't we do this? I'm going to give you the link for the trading room. You see, I can't copy and paste all the links into YouTube because it just doesn't handle it well, okay? So how about I give you the link for the trading room? You can come into the trading room. Way easier for me to interact with people, okay, with links, etc. So if you don't mind, I'll do that. And hopefully you can come into the trading room. Give me a second here. Okay, so come into the trading room, okay? Okay. Oh, I see. So nothing is working. So in the buy button, so you have actually, I want to make sure you've done this though. You've actually designated one of your long strategies of the way you want to trade it. Well, it won't matter. You can come into the trading room still, and I can give you some links, and you can go into the channel, and there's a lot of there like in the it's not exactly the same as in the app. I know it's confusing. I wish our web-based version was exactly like our app, but it isn't, and that's just all there is to it. Who's on today? Okay, Jamie, if you're listening to me, what time is it now? 1 minute. Okay. Well, not the app. It's the download application. Okay, not the app. Okay, let me get back to you. Bill. So, have you designated one of your long strategies as the way in which you want to trade using the buy button by right-clicking and selecting default chart long strategy? You've done that? I shouldn't call it the app, George. It's just the application, the download application. Okay, not to be confused by an app. Okay, Bill, have you designated one of the long strategies as the way in which you want to trade using the buy button? Well, you can. Not, I believe so. You have to go and you have to pick one of them. Which one did you pick? Right click on it and make sure it's checked. Make sure that it's checked. You've checked default chart long strategy. I don't know which one you've picked. That's a for sure yes. Okay. So what are you saying happens? If I click on the buy button right now, and there's the crosshair, and I drop it at the price, it took the trade. So what's happening with you? Oh, Evram, I don't know how to help you. Logging into the trading room, it does not let you. All right, you know what? Try to go to the home page and start a live chat, please, and say you want to try to get into the trading room. I don't know what you're doing. It's really hard for me to help you, on something like that. And I'll give you the link for the... I just don't know how to help you. Go to the home page and you'll see you can start a chat. Type in trying to log into the trading room, something like that, and hopefully somebody will help you. I know it's frustrating, but it's pretty straightforward, I think, but obviously because we've got lots and lots of people in the trading room. Okay, so Mahmood. So, well, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but an earnings play up. An earnings play up is just a stock that is above yesterday's close, okay? That's it. So, it's up from yesterday's close. An earnings play down is down from yesterday's close, okay? So, that is the... So, when I look at this, Okay, and I've sorted it on the position and days range column. So this is an interesting one. It's color coded so that I know that stocks that are orange are down for the day. But look what it is. It's right at high of the day. So let's take a look at it at the chart. That means it's making a comeback. So even though it's it's just slightly down for the day, but it's trying to make a comeback. It's right at the high of the day. Let's take another one. WNC. Same thing. It's still down for the day, but at that point, remember this gets updated every 30 seconds. At that point, it was almost at the high of the day. I mean, there's a little sliver of white there. Now, the second question is, well, these are all true earnings plays because the filter that I've got here, by putting minus 0.25 in the min and 0.25 in the max, our system, Trade Ideas, knows that if it says minus 0.25, that means it released earnings after hours yesterday, and 0.25 means they released earnings before the market opened today. Those, to me, are the earnings plays. Okay? So when you say distinguish a true earnings announcement, I mean, according to our provider, I can tell right off the bat, they released. Yeah, I mean, the 0.25 today, if 0.25 means released before the market opened today, 0.5, which is very, very, very rare, means they released during market hours, and 0.75 means they will release after hours today, okay? And then the minus 0.25 means they released after hours yesterday. So 1.25 would mean they would release before the market opens tomorrow, and that's basically what the fractions are all about. The important ones to me are the minus 0.25 and the 0.25, and to some extent the 0.75. If you want to see stocks. Yeah, don't get too. Yeah, don't get too. Okay, don't get too. All I can tell you is that minus 0.25 is after hours yesterday. 0.25 is this morning before the market opens. So you can see, for instance, see if I get a decent one here. Looking for one that had some good activity. I just can't find one that had tremendous activity. Yeah, well, I mean, there's the after-hour action for 1M, okay? You see it says minus 0.25, so they're released after hours, so it's right there. There was the reaction to earnings. Then in the pre-market, it kept falling, but look at the comeback it's made. Tremendous comeback, okay? But the move area is after hours yesterday, and the tan area is pre-market. So, don't get so wrapped up. Minus 0.25 is here, 0.25 is here, okay? No, you don't miss. Anything that happened after hours tomorrow, yesterday is minus 0.25, okay? Just don't try to get too analytical. Most companies release, within half an hour of the market closing. All right, most release almost, say it right at 4 o'clock. I know Apple likes to tease everybody and release at 4:30, okay? But the vast majority of companies will, if they're releasing after hours, it's between 4 and 4:30, okay? All right, guys. So this little one that I use on the buy button, not doing too badly. I just was doing a demonstration. So is it so, Bill? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I have discretionary long strategy active. Discretionary long strategy active. You're talking about this one? Forget about this. I see. So forget about this. You have to turn something else on. For like, I sort of see what you're saying here. You know what? I'll be complete. I don't know why these things say on. I don't even know why they're here, to be honest. But you have to turn your strategy on. Up here. Forget this. It says it always says on. Okay, how do you erase? Isaac, are you watching me? Boy, it's getting frustrating trying to. There. So Isaac, are you listening to me? You asked a question about how to remove a. Yeah. Okay, Evram. There's no way because a positive earnings report. There's no way because just because a company releases a so-called positive earnings report doesn't mean it's going higher. Okay. So we don't. All we can do is tell you when your earnings are. Okay. Whether it's a positive earnings, even a positive earnings report doesn't necessarily mean a stock is going to skyrocket, go higher. Okay. Maybe ahead of time, the stock was, a lot of it could have been built in, a lot of enthusiasm built in. The alert comes up. I agree, like us. I don't know why they're there in the first place. I think somebody gave me an explanation, but it doesn't make any sense to me. I think they just should be hidden. It doesn't make any difference that they're there or not. So does that make sense, Ephraim? We don't have, that is, also, I mean, what is a positive earnings report? You can get a positive earnings report, but negative guidance, because companies will always, guidance right now is in a complete disarray, because how do companies guide for what's going to happen in this quarter that we're in and going forward? So you can have a positive earnings reflecting what happened in the last three months, but how is anybody going to guide going forward? Anyway, that's today. So the bottom line is, we don't have any way to say, okay, that's today. So the bottom line is, we don't have any way to say, okay, okay. So the bottom line is, we don't have any way to say, okay, okay. So the bottom line is, we don't have any.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Does anybody see me or hear me? Okay, I think I've got the desktop now, or I think I've got a good connection here. If somebody could use the chat panel, let me know if you can hear and see me. That would be fantastic. Oh, thank you, Otto. Thank you, Robert. Okay. Looks like we still have the crowd in here. Successful transition. All right. Well, welcome to the live support session. This is going to run for an hour. give Barry a little break off the YouTube live channel there, and this is designed to answer any questions that you might have about trade ideas or any of the components within it. So what I'm going to do real quick here, ladies and gentlemen, is kill my chat panel, because sometimes on the transition it goes to sleep. So just to be on the safe side, I'm going to pop out a new one here, make sure I don't miss any questions. Give everything a nice reset here. And so once again, the live support session is live now, so any questions that you might have, go ahead and throw them out there. Sure, Samuel. Samuel asking, could I refresh everybody's memory on how to use the Auto AI? And if you are in the test drive right now, you can certainly automate the AI strategies within Brokerage Plus. All right, so here you can see my screen with Brokerage Plus pulled up, pretty much mimicking what we have here in the Holly panel here. We've got a total of 7 trades today, and you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It appears oh yeah, I had to disconnect and connect to the web version a while back, so I lost my connection, which would explain why I'm missing a trade here. So at least I know why. Yeah, in support here we have to bump back and forth between the web version and the client version. But yes, automating Holly trades in Brokerage Plus. So here is my positions tab with any open or closed positions currently showing up. And if we click on the Holly AI tab over here, you can see I have all the strategies activated, indicated by the on in trading. Of course, if we wanted to deactivate these, I could easily highlight them, right click, and disable all of the strategies as well. So that's the way we get the system going. In other words, we want to make sure we're connected to the Trade Ideas Simulated server. And then once we do that, we just pop on over to the Holly AI tab and we activate all the strategies. Now, having said that, there are a few more details to go over here. When I right click, you can see we have the option to edit long trading strategies, edit short trading strategies, and then 2 other ones as well, re-entries on the longs, re-entries on the shorts. So when I click on edit long trading instructions, these are going to be applied to any long strategies that make the cut. Same thing applies to any short strategies when we go into that instruction box as well. So we pick our risk mode, conservative, moderate, or best of conservative and moderate. And this option right here, depending on which mode is doing the best at any given time, over here on the channel bar, you'll see what mode each AI module is currently in. Aggressive for 1.0, aggressive for Neo, and for some reason I'm not getting a piece of information here. I don't know why. Maybe I've got it squished up too much. In any case, we select our risk mode here, and then we select our position sizing. And if I open the drop-down menu here, you can see we've got several options. Fixed dollars, fixed shares. I've got mine operating on based on stop loss, and you can see the value right here. By submitting $100 in this field right here, I'm just saying to the system, don't care what the stock is, don't care what the stock price is. If the stop gets hit, I only want to risk right about $100, and we probably would lose a little bit more than that with slippage on a market stop order. But roughly speaking, right about $100 risk per trade. Then the system will automatically size you up accordingly as far as the number of shares that you could be in while not exceeding a $100 stop loss there. And I see some questions piling in here, so as soon as I'm done with this, I'll make sure I don't miss anybody. Then we have order type here. You can see I'm using a limit, but of course we could run the market order if we would like to. Thing is, with market orders, sometimes they're advantageous, other times they can be not advantageous in the form of, say, big spreads or a less liquid stock where we might run across a big spread. which isn't typically what we want to do, eating a big spread on a stock, which is a big difference between the bid and the offer. So that's why I like to typically use limit orders, but I like to be a little bit more aggressive. So it's kind of like a hybrid between a limit and a market order. If you notice down here, my limit offset delta is at a -8. Now what that means is it takes the signal price and it bumps the price up 8 cents from the signal price and simply puts the bid out there. And typically pretty decent fill rate using this type of limit order with a rather aggressive delta. Down here we have time in force. We've got 5 minutes selected currently, meaning if an order goes out and it doesn't get filled immediately, it will sit out there for 5 minutes. If it doesn't get filled in 5 minutes, it will automatically cancel. And of course you can use whatever time limit that you'd like there. So that's the quick overview of how to, number one, activate all the strategies, and then come in here and set up trading instructions for the long and the shorts. All right, let me just back up here. All right, I found my spot here. No timestamps on this chat, so it's a little confusing sometimes. All right, looking at the FCMI trade here, entry price of 11.20. Do I need to buy it at the price, or how do I read that? Okay, FMCI, let's take a peek here. Let me just push this down for a second here. Here we have FMCI. I'm just going to go ahead and sort by entry time here. And we can see right here, 5 minutes into the open, about 5 minutes and 17 seconds, FMCI was the very first trade that Holly kicked out. Kind of a spotty stock leading up till today. Typically most other traders would be looking at a stock like this if it came up in one of our other alert windows and going, yeah, I don't think I'm going to try trading this one. It's kind of like the old low volume stock. But today, even though it doesn't appear to be the most liquid, it appears to be a lot more liquid than it normally is. And we can see, I'll just stretch this out a little bit here, entry price in this opening 15-minute candle right here, up here at 11.13, only to have a quick drawdown as soon as the entry was made, coming down here and tagging the stop area before gyrating back up slowly and popping new highs. So very interesting here. Now back to the question there. Do you need to react immediately? And this is a question that we get a lot, when we're just doing our regular webinars Monday through Friday. A lot of the times, Holly plays take off immediately, and that's always great. We always like immediate gratification. More times than not, once we enter a position, whether it's long or short, we typically have to sit a little pullback. It's always great when they go our way immediately, but a lot of the times we have to sit that little pullback. Sometimes we get stopped out, sometimes we don't. In this case, one of the things that we always talk about in our regular webinars is it's not just the original entry signals that can be interesting with the AI. Whether it's AI trading or hunting for our own personal favorite chart patterns, a lot of the times we're at the mercy of the market. Whether the market's going up or down, we have no control over. Sometimes stocks go up in a down market and vice versa. But in this case, this is what I would like to refer to as a trade around. Okay, so if you took the original entry price here and got stopped out, that's unfortunate. But notice how the stock behaved once it hit this stop area right here. It almost acted right as a pivot. Came down here and perfectly tagged that stop area, which was 1065. That is the exact low of that candle there. So based on your assumptions of what might happen in the market, if we're seeing a huge amount of buying on the open, sometimes that's a good indicator that we might continue higher. In the same vein, a lot of selling, we might continue lower. Of course, everything's going to be kind of dependent on areas of potential support and resistance on the longer term chart. In any case, a lot of the times, stop outs can act as decent entry points and vice versa. All right, so once we see FMCI get stopped out here and start to regress here, we could think to ourselves, okay, this brings up a good time to talk about Holly a little bit more and the way that it functions. So when we look at all the strategies that are present in the hopper today that could produce trades, they all have statistical probability coming into the session. And we can see what the statistical probability is for every strategy coming into the session by the win percentage coming in. Now, of course, just because we have statistical probability on our side, it's no guarantee. It's just some good old-fashioned math that in the long term could do us well. But when we see a stock come down here and kiss this pivot level right here, and the market's a little soft, as we all saw in the opening period, we can use these pivot lines or stop areas to make what we call a trade around. There was a good example yesterday, so I'm just going to go back to my history, and we're going to see yesterday's trades. And a great example of a trade around in this capacity, I believe, was the PNGY from yesterday. Okay, so yesterday at the open wasn't really clear. Of course, we've got one of the craziest markets that we've ever seen since Andy and Steve and some of us older dudes have been around in the market since, you know, the early, mid, and late 90s. So AI signal came out in PGNY yesterday as well. Saw it come down here, get stopped out, waited a little bit, and went, okay, we got a nice wick putting in here. We got a little higher close here, and then boom, we're back up to the stop area. So in my sim account, I'm just like, okay, didn't jump in there immediately, just went ahead and bought the PGNY position and got a much better price than the AI, considering the original entry level was up here. And then, of course, got a nice lift for the rest of the day. Of course, a little soft today, but PGNY was a pretty darn good winner yesterday. Not because I jumped in immediately. I just kind of wanted to see what would play out, went down there and kissed the stop level, reclaimed it, reclaimed the original entry, and then stayed above it pretty much the rest of the day, getting that nice little push towards the end there. So even though Holly got stopped out of it, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't a good opportunity. Circling back around here to the statistical probability. The stat probability is good for the day. It's just that sometimes, just like trades that we put on manually, we're just a hair off on our timing, right? And I always like to use the analogy of back when me and Steve and Andy and Sean and everybody had to go to a trading office to day trade on the SO systems back in the day when, you know, all the tech wasn't available at home. We'd hear somebody getting stopped out or complaining about it. We'd take a look and go, hey, that guy was just early. Now it looks really good. And we jump in there, we take advantage of that guy's information and end up making money on a trade that they lost money in. And you can apply the same principle to the AI, Holly, which is trading technically with statistical perfection each and every day. But since we're at the mercy of the market, just because we have statistical probability on our side is not boom, 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 everything is going to work immediately. So in other words, they might not work immediately, but what we're still watching here in the form of the AI is a very high quality information stream. All right. Stephanie's saying, I missed on how you got to that little window. Okay. All right. Back to Brokerage Plus configuration. Let me just grab my B Plus one more time here. Where are you hiding? There we go. Okay. So going back to how to activate the AI strategies, positions tab, we want to come over here to the Holly AI strategy tab. Once we get in there, anywhere in this field right here, we can just simply right click and then we can edit our long and short trading instructions as well. So hopefully, Stephanie, that gets you where you want to go. Stephanie, okay. And Siggy's asking, don't odd lots take longer to fill? Not necessarily. I mean, whether something gets filled immediately just depends on whether there was liquidity there at your price. Usually, regardless, especially in this day and age, I mean, odd lots used to be a no-no in the marketplace. They didn't want you trading things less than 99 shares, but that was a very long time ago. So I don't think necessarily odd lots take longer to fill. It just all depends on what's on the order books at the price that you're submitting. All right, we got a question about the same stock showing up on several strategies. Is there any way to limit the stock to one symbol to limit risk? Well, sometimes that's just going to happen. Sometimes we're going to get duplicate stocks. You just put mine back on real time here. ALO, ALO, or ALLO coming at different times. Holly Neo, we can see today we got the double signal in ALLO. Now, both from the same segment, it was both Neo that these guys came from, but different strategies. First, it was the breakout long, and we got the signal right here as it was breaking out of this little opening range that it had put in. And then we got the second signal as that stock that had just broken out and was doing quite nicely took a little pullback. Okay, so kind of interesting what's happening with ALLO today. Let's just go ahead and look on a little bit longer time frame here. And it's having a good day. All right, of course, what is it? It's a therapeutic, it's a biotech stock. Due to what's going on out there, we've seen a lot of the biotech stocks just bucking the trend, hitting all-time highs here. ALLO seems to be doing the same thing. So while we had duplicate signals, notice there are different events that are triggering the same stock, which is a good time to talk about the strategies that Holly shows up with every day. So the strategies are very specific filter sets with one alert attached to that specific filter set. So the AI isn't sitting there going, well, I've already got this trade, I can't make another trade in this symbol, because anytime a stock meets the event criteria of any strategy, boom, that stock's going to be issued. And sometimes we see exact duplicates. Sometimes we'll see the same strategy show up in different modules, and we'll get a duplicate signal at the exact same time, at the exact same price, from the exact same strategy, but just from two modules. But in this case, we got we got the same module, the AI module, producing the same stock at different times based on two completely separate events. Okay, so there's no way to tell the AI don't duplicate a signal because it's just doing what it's programmed to do. So might not have been the answer that you're looking for there on duplicate signals, but that's the way that it functions. All right, just catching up on the next question here. We're at Jeffrey's question now, talking about setting up an alert using multiple consecutive candle filters and using the running up alert filters that got very few trades in history and back testing. Okay, well, let's just do a little experiment here. I'm just going to duplicate an alert window. And we'll just start this guy from scratch here. All right, so a little feedback from you, if that's okay, Jeffrey, on the consecutive candles. Did you have a specific time frame that you wanted to engage there? Okay, well, while I'm waiting for Jeffrey to chime in there, I'll just pick some random numbers here, and we can always go back in and change them. But this is also a very good tutorial on just starting up an alert window from scratch, since we do have quite a few people in here. They're probably test drivers. So here we are. We've started from scratch. Going to start inputting a few basic filters. Okay, so we'll just say minimum price of 5, maximum price of 100 here. A little volume to try to weed out the more thinly traded stuff here, and we'll just pick 5-day average volume, 500,000 shares. A lot of people out there like to use the 3-month average, but in my opinion, if a sleepy stock that usually doesn't do a whole lot of volume, if it's been kicking out decent volume for the past 5 days, why not look at it? So we've got min-max price, a little volume here, and then we can just cruise on to the consecutive candles. And you'll be able to see we've got a wide variety of intraday time frames along with consecutive days here. Okay, Jeff, I see your input there. 5, 30, 60 daily if possible. Looking for, okay, so you're going to want consecutive candles on all those time frames? Or do we just want to use the 5, the 30, or 60 independently now for this example? You drop me a link in there, Andy? What'd you give me? Let me see. Oh, okay, that was just the description. Okay, I thought you were dropping a window in there with multiple time frames or multiple consecutive candles. All right, Jeffrey, so let's just pick 60. Well, I tell you what, for consecutive candles, let's just roll with something. I'm not sure if you want to incorporate 5, 30, and 60 in there. Okay, that was for Adrian. Okay, thank you, Andy. Let's see here. Okay, well, do you just want me to throw some random numbers out there? Or obviously it would be larger number for the smaller time frames, and as we go up, less consecutive candles for the 30 and the 60? Because, if you got a big move on the 60, it's going to be applicable to the smaller time frames as well. If you got two consecutive 60-minute candles, it's not necessarily, I tell you what, let's just start with 15s just to get something in there. And we could say, okay, we got 3 consecutive 15-minute candles. All right, so we're going to have 3 consecutive 15-minute candles here. And then you were referring to running up as the alert earlier. And you can see we've got multiple versions of the running up alerts. These are the fastest up here. Running up now, running down now, looking at the 1-minute time frame. And these alerts are basically looking for rapid bid movement up and down. All right. So that brings up kind of the next question, contrarian entry or, with the momentum. Maybe we do have consecutive candles, but then the stock takes a little bzz down, and that might be a good time to buy, or as it's running up. But since we're just kind of exploring here, we'll just take a look-see. All right, so let's take a look at the history at what this would have spat out today thus far. Last thing on the list, MDZL or MDLZ, right here at the 1120 bar, 1115 to 1120. We've got 3 consecutive up 15-minute candles. The alert fired, MDLZ running up 9 cents as that alert kicked off. AMN, 3 consecutive. Now, you might notice this is the little doji candle here. Sometimes the coloring is just a little bit off, but it all depends on the open and the close of the candle. 3 consecutives there in PFE. But, if we want to start folding in multiple time frames, then we'd have to add additional consecutive candle filters. So we could go to the hourly now and say, okay, 3 consecutive 15-minute candles, but we'd also like to have, or I tell you what, let's just go to the next time frame, 30. If we've got 3 consecutive 15-minute candles, then we want to see, I don't know, 2 consecutive, well, I thought that was 30. There we go, just one above. And of course, we're going to get less hits. So on the 30-minute time frame, we would see the 2 30 minutes. So, it's kind of, you'd have to kind of figure out the tiering. If I have so many consecutive 5-minute candles, then I would want so many consecutive 15s, 30s, so forth and so on. But I get the multiple time frame thing, Jeffrey. We've talked about this, you and I, in Help Scout before. Now it's all coming back to me. The longer time frames, okay? Yeah, so, unfortunately, we're limited in the intraday stuff, but we do have the ranges and things of that nature for trying to craft out things that are getting confirmation on multiple time frames. But yeah, now I distinctly remember, the help scouts that we've exchanged, and I think you've also talked to some other people as well. All right, Michael, I see your question there. Trying to develop a scan to find stocks that are trading below VWAP for the break and push back above VWAP. Okay, trading below VWAP by no more than 7%. Okay. Tell you what, we're going to pull up a top list for this one just to kind of give us an idea of what we might be looking for here. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a VWAP column. Okay, distance from VWAP. Now notice I can hit this little show me icon, which is great when you're trying to figure out settings and you're new. So what was the magic number there? 7%. Below VWAP by no more than 7%. All right. Okay, so we have at least, we don't want more. The price is no more than 7% below VWAP. Okay, so you see what I did there. Whenever I click on this little show me icon, it starts us off in the in words tab, and then when we start putting values in here, it's going to give us the exact description, what we're looking for here. So the price is no more than 7% below the VWAP, at the VWAP, or above the VWAP. Okay, so we want below VWAP, but not more than 7%. So we'd more than likely have to put a 0 in here. All right, just reading your additional input there, Michael. Okay, so at VWAP, below VWAP, but no more than 7% below VWAP. I got that part right, yes? Yeah, Brian, we'll be able to get that alert. We'll be able to get that cloud link for you, no problem. Okay, so we're just gonna add this to the list, and I'm expecting it maybe to go blank here. We'll see. Aha, it did not go blank. Even with that setting. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to show that as a column just to get an idea of how far below the VWAP these stocks are. Okay, so we got VAPO showing minus 4.2% below VWAP. In GVC, 3.5%. Of course, I don't have VWAP on my chart up here. But we could add it just by right-clicking. And what happened there? Let's see what I got here. There we go. Okay, so we can see VWAP over here as the dark line, and then all the corresponding stocks below VWAP. Okay, and then we're going to be, obviously you want them below the VWAP, and then you're looking for them to regress and go back up towards VWAP. So that would be the second part of the equation there. Just kind of eyeballing the chart here. Seeing where we are on, actually this is weekly. We'll just pop back over to daily. All right, so looking like we're forming a nice little base camp up here on the NGVC. You know, just immediately drawn to these levels right here, 1361. We're just a smidge away from there at 1388. So, you know, anywhere down to 1361 might be the sweet spot for a little, a little potential support to kick in here on the NGVC while we're sitting here camping out below that VWAP. Now, if you want something as it's surging back up here, kind of go back to what we were talking about in the prior topic of conversation. You know, what would be the best alert for surging back up, right? You know, and it's interesting how different people's perception operates here. You know, if you wait for the surge, you're going to miss out on a little bit of alpha. But if you kind of look over here at, you know, what might be the downside if you're wrong, then you could make more of a prediction. You know, so it's, do you want a reactionary alert, or do you want to be more of in a predictive state? And I guess that would depend on the chart pattern on the longer term. But if we did want to attach, say we want to make this top list into an alert window so that we could attach an alert to it. Well, good topic here. What we could do is come down here and select collaborate. And we could say, let's copy all the filter settings. Then we're going to duplicate the alert window. Doesn't matter what it is. And then when I come in here and I hit collaborate and I hit paste, boom, I've just pasted all those filter settings into an alert window so that I did not have to come in here and copy them all manually. Just keep in mind when you do that, you're going to notice there is no alert checked off, and the system automatically is going to check the heartbeat for you. Okay, so then we can just unselect heartbeat and say, okay, well, let's try out running up here. Now you do have an alert attached to that filter set so that when things start to run up, you'll be alerted. Funny thing is, when we use that old school collaborate to transfer those filter settings in, we lose our time column. So we have to come back in here, put a time column in, then we're good to go. And let's just see how busy this guy would have been today. GH is the last thing. Down below VWAP starting to green up here. Let's go to a little bit smaller of a time frame here. Tell you what, let's look at the 5-minute. And okay, ADP in, still below there. VAPO still nice and below. Okay. So this little guy's been pretty active today. All these guys bottomed out nice and below the VWAP and are trying to, of course, some are going to look better than others. So this is one way to do it. And of course, there's always more than one way to skin the old proverbial cat there. Let's say I want to stick with a top list, but I wanted to monitor price movement on the smaller time frames that might give me a heads up, hey, this thing's starting to move. And we could monitor that type of movement with filter settings if we didn't want to go to the alert window format. And we could just go check out the change family of filters to do that. So if you're wanting to monitor, okay, when these things start to run up in the I want to monitor 5-minute change, either in dollars or percentage, I could just add the column. Then every 30 seconds when this top list updates, let's say we're sorting by change in 5 minutes, well, ADPN was below the VWAP, and it just ran up 1.3% in the prior 5-minute candle. TVIO below the VWAP. It was down here, then it surged up to the VWAP, moved 1% in the prior 5-minute candle. All right, NNVC is the one. Let's take a peek here. Yeah, that's a nice one. Nice little bottom out, or not bottom of the day there, but a nice little wedge action with consecutive candles leading up to the VWAP. Of course, you know, while I'll say it's not impossible to create an alert or top list where this is always the case, that's is not very realistic, because it doesn't matter how good of an alert window or top list you produce. You're going to get some that are like this, but you're also going to have to filter through a lot that meet the criteria but don't look exactly like that. Consecutive 5-minute candles would come to mind here, depending on that's the time frame that you're looking at there. However, this brings up a great time to talk about a little tool that I already had pulled up over here. Okay, stocks like this, trade ideas / stock info, stocks like this. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to drop this in the chat here. And what we're going to do here, Michael, if you tell me the time frame on the intraday you want to focus on, let's go pick NNVC apart a little bit here using stocks like this. And once we finish this little topic up, I'll roll back the chat. Any questions that I missed, I'll go ahead and get them. So 8:45 my time, Michael, would have been this candle here. 8:33 to 8:45 my time. Okay, so here's the first 5-minute candle today, right? We were below VWAP, or, keep in mind, we're always going to be, VWAP's going to be kind of right at that level as the volume weighted average price is established. And then, we stuck to it pretty well and then went below it, right? So is this your area of interest right here? Like you want to be notified here, and then we had kind of a repetition of the pattern later in the day. Okay, so if we take this candle right here, let's just go ahead and draw a line like so. And then, or are you talking about here? You're talking about right here, correct? Before it shot past 12, because that's the only time it shot past 12, right? So from this candle up to this candle, okay, you're talking about the second 5-minute candle as we progressed up to 12. Okay, so the bottom line is the time is 8:50, and we could just do, say, a 15-minute look back would encompass all the way from here. Come on, arrow, work for me. Yeep. Okay, from this area and this area right here. So just so everybody knows exactly what area we're going to be examining here, I'm just going to put the arrows here. Okay, so we want to pick apart from here down to here, and we want to see what alerts we're firing for NNVC. And hey, while we're at it, what about all the filter settings? So if we use a start time, this is 8:50 to 8:55. Now we have to add an hour for Eastern time. So that would be 9:55 Eastern as our start time right here. These are always going to be in Eastern time. I'm in Central time, so we have to add an hour. And then we want to look back 15 minutes, okay? So we can look back in 5-minute chunks, 10, 15, 30, or 60. And then we just have to pop the symbol in here, NNVC. Hit submit. And here we have all of the alerts, because as humans, we look at this activity and we think to ourselves, based on my limited experience with the product, and keep in mind, even though my limited experience stretches back to 2003, still limited, right? But of course, A lot of people have a much smaller window into the product. So these are all the alerts that actually fired for NNVC during this time period right here. So we don't have to guess anymore. We don't have to look and go, well, I think this alert might have fired, or I think that alert might have fired. Here you can get it right from the horse's mouth. It's gonna be ranked by frequency. So 1 minute volume spike went off 58 different times during that 15-minute period, so forth and so on. So these are definitely all the alerts and how many times they fired during that time period. Now, what about the filter settings? Any filter settings that we thought might have been applicable or useful in identifying this event? We can go down to whatever the filter is that we thought might be valuable and see what the exact minimum maximum settings were. You know, you might have something in mind that you want to go to immediately, or you just might start scrolling through here and going, interesting, on the consecutive candles or the 15-minute RSI or anything else that might catch your attention. In other words, this is a great way to take a chart pattern and attempt to reverse engineer it using this look back feature called Stocks Like This. Yeah. All right, Otto. Yeah, so glad I could expose you to this feature, because once you see it, you're like, ooh, I can definitely find some good stuff with this. All right, so since we spent quite a time on that, let me backtrack here because I don't want to leave anybody out here. Okay, Siggy, what about trades involving stocks at bottoming and ready to move up again? Yeah, and once again, I'll say the kind of skeleton key to that question. We never know when a stock is going to bounce. Sometimes when it looks like it's going to bounce, it does. Sometimes it doesn't. What we also refer to as catching those knives, right? Of course, that's not to say it's impossible. It's just one of the, the harder things to do. But it would all be based around what we see materializing on the longer term, okay? And most of the time, people are going to kind of rely on the daily for that. So if I just start scrolling through some of these symbols right here that are coming through my momentum downside ticker, and I just clicked on BAM randomly here, and we can see as BAM was hitting this low right here earlier in the session. Okay, boom, new low as this low was penetrated, and it did head lower for a little bit, but surely after about 15-20 minutes it popped back up into its range and started to move back up again. So if you bottom ticked it anywhere between 29.75, hell, that's not even a big amount there. 29.70, that we bottomed out here at 29.66. That wasn't a bad bounce play there. It worked. Now if we look over here at the daily, as it was penetrating these lows over here, if we're consulting the daily for areas that might act as potential support, I mean, you don't have to be an expert just to look back into this March area right here and go, okay, it's coming down. It might take a breather right here because buyers might be here. If that's the case, then this potential support area could very well act as support, and now we're putting in the little doji hammer, or what could end up as a doji or a hammer by the end of the day as it bounces off this potential support area. So a simple answer, but a lot of the times simple is better. Like my boy Leonardo da Vinci said, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Now, Jim, is it possible to add more grid lines to the chart windows? Okay, so are you talking about just these horizontal lines that I can add and delete here and move around? Because if that's the case, yeah, you can add as many as you like by right-clicking, going to markup, and just telling it to add another horizontal line, and then you can draw it around, or excuse me, drag it around, if that's what you mean. If you're talking about, these other ones, these are just by default, these lighter grid lines. And Siggy, also on your question about doesn't volume give you the best lead to stocks that might surge? And I will say that having high volume in a trade is certainly an advantage. Okay, um, it's like the river. Say you're going to go inner tubing and you go to your local river and it's just kind of chugging along and you throw your tube in there and jump on. Nice little lazy river. You're just going to float down at a reasonable speed where you can enjoy yourself. But if that volume is surging, if we pick a stock that is doing, say really high relative volume, which I bet when we click on ALLO, check out the relative volume down here, my single stock window, 20. Okay, remember 1 is normal. Okay, so this is not a lazy river. This is a raging river as far as volume goes. All right. If we look at the 5-minute volume down here, we see high relative volume. We see 5-minute volume showing me 469% of normal, which is 4.6 times normal 5-minute volume. We know that the volume is still kicking it. Even though we're looking at the 5-minute chart here and we're just going sideways, the volume is still crazy high in this stock right now. Now, we're also at all-time highs, I believe, on this guy. Let's just take a look at the weekly to confirm. Yeah, okay. Now, it's put in its high up here, but going sideways, pecking at that high as the day progresses. Later on in the day, if it comes up here and we get a good push through this area up here, it might head higher. And there'd be pretty good odds on our side. Notice how it's behaving right here on the green line, the 10-period fast line. Seems to be in control. So, later in the day, if we went and breached this range, wouldn't be surprised to see this thing make a nice leg up because the volume is with it. Okay, so volume can be the great equalizer, but it's no guarantee. Okay. Andy was delivering the BTFD alert earlier, so we got that. We got that taken care of. Okay. I don't think I missed any questions, but if I did, just go ahead and resubmit them, and I'll knock them out. In the meantime, I just had to look and make sure I'm still connected because things sure got sleepy here. Let's just take another peek. Let me pop my chart back onto 15 minutes here. And it seems like all the major tracking ETFs, while we do have healthy relative volume levels over here, things are going to just kind of taking a little breather here. I tell you what, I'm going to get rid of that version because I had changed it. And I'm going to pull that same top list up because I need to refine this list to make it a little bit more useful, not have so many symbols on here. But regardless, this thing has been uncanny at showing stocks that are definitely making some good up moves there. No surprise to see ALLO, the same stock that Holly had the dual signal on, making a move higher. CODX, which had a massive move as well over the past couple of days, showing up at the top of the list too. Going with the theory that things that are in motion tend to stay in motion. All of these stocks are going to be at least 2% above their 10-period moving average on the daily. And what I've started noticing is once that type of levitation happens, we start getting some nice upward movement. Then it just becomes about figuring out where they might take a little breather as they approach potential resistance areas. Okay, regarding your question, Ian, you're referring to the tags over here, like the swing exit, the smart stop, and the profit targets, right? Okay. Yeah, so the swing exits, correct me if I'm wrong here, Andy, but I think those are going to be based on, and I can't spit out all the logic here, more of a 20-day range for the swing exits, where the smart stops are going to be calculated based on our smart stop filter. So, for example, we had this question the other day, what exactly is Smart Stop? Smart Stop started off as a filter, man, way back, I want to say 2008, 2009. And it was our attempt to come up with a stop for each and every stock based on that stock's specific characteristics, such as volatility, relative volume. In other words, a more scientific approach to stop losses based on the characteristics of each and every stock, instead of using, say, like a blanket stop across the board for stocks that are similarly tiered in price, right? Because obviously a 50-cent stop, a lot different on a $100 stock than a $10 stock. So Smart Stop is going to be looking at factors of each and every specific stock, like average volatility, how much volume is coursing through the stock at that specific time, and it's going to assign a specific value relative to that stock's characteristics. Same with profit target. Now, sometimes people want to get rid of these metrics. They don't want to see them. You can always come into Tools and Options. And if you don't want to see them, you can deselect this little button right here to show no extra chart drawings. That'll get rid of them. But if you want to have them there, you just make sure that little box is checked. Right, and so using Brokerage Plus, you can auto-execute buys and sells right from your chart. You can set buys and sells right from your chart just by clicking these buys right here. And let's say if SLV came up here and I dropped the line there. Of course, I don't have my, I had to reset my software, and I've yet to go back and set up a script for these buttons, because in order for these buttons to work properly, we have to come in here and set up a strategy for our default chart executions. So not going to take the time to do that right now because I'm a little rusty on it, and the one I had in here got erased. But once we set up a buy or sell strategy here, we can attach that to, let me see here, strategy disabled. Right, okay. So we could do this. We could set one up, and then we can identify it as our set as default chart short strategy right here if we wanted to do that. And then when I come in here and I set this up, I could drag it down here and say, okay, if, of course, I don't know if I'm looking at the low here. Let me just redo this real quick. Okay. Once I've attached a strategy, and of course we'd have to go in here and edit all the trading instructions just to make sure that the order was submitted properly. But once we clicked on this cell, we could come down here and say, okay, if this level down here is broken, well, did it stick? Okay. Don't know why that's not working since I've assigned that as a strategy. I'd probably have to set one up that's not looking at individual signals there. In any case, once you get this set up properly, let's pretend that this is the line that's produced once we hit sell. And I come down here and I drag it. As soon as the stock would penetrate that line, it would automatically execute for you. Okay, so it's just going to be more of a visual way to set up your buys and sells, whether it's for entry or exit. And then the cool thing about it is once you got that line set up, if you wanted to adjust it, you could just drag it around on the chart instead of coming in here and setting different values up. Oh, Jeff, sure. Changing the title in an alert window is super simple. Right click configure, and then we just pop over to the summary tab here. Once you rename it, hit OK, OK, you can see the title has been changed. Jim, yeah, detailed levels. Uh, right, no way to add those at present time. Which other filters besides SmartStop are particularly unique to this platform? Well, that's kind of a hard question to answer because we have so many filters. But what I will say is this. That is the uniqueness of Trade Ideas, is looking at all of the filters that we have here. And if we're in the search tab under all alerts and filters, first you're going to see all of the alerts presented and then all of the filters, okay? So I wouldn't say it's necessarily one filter or one alert. Of course, everybody's favorite filter and everybody's favorite alert are going to be different. But it's the combination of filters and alerts that make the unique event, that trading event, very similar to what Holly does. You know, each and every one of these strategies that Holly showed up with today is a strategy, but we could also call it a very unique event, right? So it's more like, the chicken or the egg. It's use the filters and the alerts to create the event. The event is really the thing that we're interested in. There is not one magic filter or alert. You might have a certain indicator that works for a very long time, but eventually it's going to stop, right? Or the technique that you're using. Um, you know, Strategies that are created have shelf lives due to changing market dynamics. Um, that's not to say that people don't have longer term strategies that work consistently over time. It's just the amount of those events are going to vacillate in the number of events that are generated over time. You're going to have good periods where there's a lot of quality events. Then you're going to have thin periods where they're few and far between, right? So when your event dries up, unless you're actively pursuing other events, well, then there's a lot of waiting involved. And when there's a lot of waiting involved in trading, and that gives the greed and the fear demons time to, do a lot more talking. So that's a topic for another session. All right, we are approaching the top of the hour here, so I need to let Barry know that I'll be handing the mic back to him in just a few minutes. Yeah, we got a question about the difference between the web version and the client version that you see on my desktop. Quick, short answer. The newest and greatest features are always going to be on the client version first. It always takes a little bit of time to migrate new functionality over to the web version. Web version being very handy, in case you don't have access to a PC or you're wanting to access your alerts, filters, and all that good stuff on a tablet or a phone. But the client's always going to be the most feature rich. And yes, George, you should have access to the AI during the trial period. You should have access to everything. So if you're not seeing, if it's telling you don't have access to these windows, please hit us up on the live support chat on the website, and we can get that fixed for you. Yeah, same thing should be applicable as far as changing the name in a multi-strat window. Here's a multi-strat window that we have right here. It's in a different spot. We go to Properties. When we right-click in a multi-strat window, we go to Properties, and then we can change the window name there. All right, one more quick shout out to Barry. Paging Mr. Anerson. Paging Mr. Anerson. All right, we'll give Barry a few more minutes. He might be having some tea or something. All right, Jeff, can you change the strategy name within the M window column? Okay, so I've got multiple strategies in this multi-strat window here. Here we can see the names of them. So if you want to change these names, not the window name up top here, then we would just go into configure like we're in a free floating alert window, and then we would make the change over here. So I think that's what you were getting at there. Hey Barry, what's up? Let me know when you're streaming, sir. Test, test, test. Your test was successful, Barry. I saw your chat. I see your icon. Just waiting for you to respond in the trader thread to tell me that you're streaming for a smooth and easy handoff. Barry, can you hear me? Okay, well, Barry says he's streaming, ladies and gentlemen, so I want to thank everybody for popping in, and we'll see you on the next live support session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The top. And it sounded at me. So again, with I'm wearing a headset, so even if I could be wandering around and I would hear the sound, I could, you know, do my best Usain Bolt interpretation and get up to my computer. Yeah, I'm already streaming. I am streaming. So if you disconnected, I don't know what's happening. Sorry, but okay, I'm just answering another question, guys. Man, anyway. So yeah, so then that symbol, that list will be over here, okay, and then all you have to do is attach it. You know, this is a drop-down menu, only the following list. You just attach that symbol list that you moved over, that daily candle, and then it gets attached, you know, to the it gets attached to the top list window or the alert window that you created. Yes. All right. Are you okay? Can you guys hear me in the YouTube stream? Okay, good. Okay. Um, what trading platform is most recommended? You know, I always hate to say Interactive Brokers. The reason I say Interactive Brokers, and it's not like a ringing endorsement. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. I've been using them for three and a half years, and with no issues. The reason why we picked Interactive Brokers to be the one that works with Brokerage Plus is because when we did a survey, I don't know, 3 years ago, we found that that was the platform of choice by the majority of our subscribers. So that's why we did it. Okay. They are not the version in which you have to if you want to use Brokerage Plus, but it's cheap. And listen, I'm getting all sorts of conflicting reports. Yeah, there are free commission brokers out there, but you get what you pay for. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. I mean, Brokerage Plus, before the quote-unquote free commissions came aboard, was one of the cheapest commissions out there. Okay? So do I have to turn Brokerage Plus all day long after I set up AI auto trading? So first of all, Victor, are you auto trading in the simulation? I mean, you just have your Brokerage Plus window up, and then I'm assuming then you're turning on all the strategies. I mean, I suppose you can minimize it, but okay. If you're talking about screen space, I suppose you can minimize it. I wouldn't close it down. I don't have any recommended reading material. I mean, I read some stuff a long, long time ago. I have no idea if they're still in, in play, shall we say. But there are probably other traders in the room if they want to help Jeff. I'd probably find a book on candlestick charting so you understand, patterns and things like that. Just a second, please. Stephen Bigelow, yeah, I've heard about him. So a new trader, if you go to Windows, hopefully this is going to answer your question. So I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. And you show all, new Windows show all. Windows show all. Yes, George, there is. Okay, so okay, I'm starting to get some questions again, so that's okay. I would heartily recommend, heartily, not hardly, heartily recommend right here. Okay, George, 20 short video lessons. Okay, there are 20 lessons, starting right from the beginning. This is another. This is another good link. But I would start off with those 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you don't have to take 20 days to do it. Okay? Everybody's upstairs, scuba. Scuba, I like that. I feel like I was scuba diving almost. Okay, George, so those two links, but the 20 short videos. Oh, good. So that did answer your question, New? Okay, so yes, so ahead of time, Siegel. So if you, I've demonstrated using the buy button. Okay, so let's just say for Arcus, let's take a look at Arcus as an example. I mean, it's not just as an example, okay? I wouldn't take this trade right here, but let's just. I'm going to drop it right at the price, hopefully. Am I connected? See, it didn't take the trade yet. I don't think I dropped it correctly. Okay, so in this, using that buy button right there, okay, I assigned one long strategy right here. It's called Chart Long $100 Risk. That's just the name of it. And I assigned it when I created this trading strategy, if I'm going to use this, the buy button on the chart, as an example, risk management. So I put an offset of 50 cents. So what was the question? What was the question? Oh, set profit position. Yes. Yes. So if I got into a trade in this particular case, as far as the target is concerned, I put a 50-cent target. Okay. Obviously very arbitrary, but let's say the trade starts to work. Now, and this is a good example actually. I mean, it might be very hard to read, but where I dropped it was at $30.18. Look at what the price is right now, $29.95. So this would be an example. Let's just say you wanted it to break a certain level before you bought the trade, before you bought it. So you can when you use the buy button, you just basically drop it, you click on it, and then you release above the price. Look at VTIQ, crazy. Look at VTIQ again, guys. I can't wait to start trading again. Was that Arcus I was talking about? Okay, so this is an example in which you can actually drop the buy button or drop it above the price in case that you thought that was a good area for, if it cleared that area, you'd want to take the trade, as an example. Or you could have dropped it down here. When I say drop it, you click on the buy button and then you release. So let me show you that. I can go into the orders. I'm going to get rid of that order. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of it. Now I'm going to do it again. So because a lot of people might say, well, you know what, I'd like to buy it on a pullback if it got there. So you click on the buy. Now I'm going to drop it right down there. See? So there it is. If the stock goes down to this price, that's where it's going to take the trade. If it moved higher, got up to this level here, you know, you're talking about getting out automatically. You could let it happen, or you could start moving it right on the chart. Okay? You could just move it right on the chart. I'm going to get rid of it again. Okay, so did that make sense? Set the profit position on the chart. So yes, you'd have to ahead of time. Now you can do it manually. You can do it manually also. So in a manual way, so I'm going to take this trade right now. Okay, again, this is just going to take the trade in a very manual way. I'm going to take 200 shares. I mean, the spread isn't great, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to buy it. Got me in. Okay, not bad. Now, it should show up here. Now I can put, say I wanted to get out at 32. I'll make it really robust. A couple of places, just type it in. Okay, and sell. So see, it showed up right up here. See that line just showed up right in the chart. So I could let it take me out if I wanted to, or I can move this right in the chart. We can move it up and down right in the chart to another area. Okay? Am I asking your question? TI the status bar. Okay, I'll answer Scuba. So they're all off, and it's just a toggle. Right click. You can highlight them all. Right click, and then enable 11 selected strategies. Okay, and then it'll turn them all on. Okay. What status bar are you talking? Man, I'm so sorry that I can't seem to answer some of these. These are more, they're not technical questions, but when you say I click TI from status bar down, it only asks me to open one. I don't understand the question. I'm sorry, just don't understand the question. You mean when I trade again, Christopher? Who knows when that'll be? I'll feel like a rookie trader by the time I get back to trading. Yes, there is not a window. You have to create what we call symbol lists. I'd like. By the way, I have a marketing meeting at 2, so you guys have to remind me. 2 o'clock Eastern, marketing, just writing it down, 2 p.m. The Windows status bar, from what menu though? What menu? Windows status bar. I will tell you how to create a symbol list, Ig. Are you talking about, down here? You're not talking about down here. Sometimes I feel like I'm just clueless about trade ideas. I don't know what you're talking about. I just don't know. Are you talking about down here then? You mean the thing I've got pinned to the taskbar? Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So yeah, it's only going to show one. It's going to show you what you have. But that's what I was trying to say, is that if you click on Windows show all, everything here, even though I have a lot of these minimized, everything will show up. So I thought I showed you that. So from the toolbar, clicking Windows, if I click show all, like now, so I've got a bunch of all the minimized windows that I had will start showing up. Is that answering the question? There's no way down here that you can, just load them all somehow. No, not down there. No, but what's wrong with right here? Maybe I'm missing something. What's wrong with going from the toolbar and clicking on Windows and show all? Is there a problem doing it that way? This is called the taskbar. Okay, that's what I call it, because it says taskbar. I see this one is rearing its ugly, ugly head. ACB that did a 1,000,000 to 1 reverse split a couple of days ago. I'm exaggerating a little bit. ACB. Okay. No, well, you don't have to open. Okay. Why not? Again, no. I'll only ask you one more time. Is there a problem from this toolbar? You can see my screen, right? From the toolbar, clicking on Windows and showing them all. I mean, I like this one because this basically shows me all the ones I've got open. And then I can just select. Maybe I've got one minimized that I want to show again. That's all. That's why I kind of like the way it's displayed here. Anyway. No, Joe. Wow, look at APDN coming all the way back, guys. This was a huge one in the pre-market, and then market open it basically dropped, but now it's starting to come back. This is a virus play. Okay, IG, you're up. So if you want to, we call it a symbol list. Okay, so the first step, this is what I do. Because if you're going to create a symbol list, you have to have a way in which you want to monitor it. Okay, to monitor it. And so the first step that I do is I create an alert window or a top list window. And because, if I create, and then you're going to see how I can attach then the symbol list to it. Because if I want to, let's just say I have a watch list and I want it to trigger every time in that watch list, every time the stock makes a new high, as an example. So I would create an alert window. I love questions like this. This is called Trade Idea Software. And you're in the Trade Ideas trading room. So I will assume you have created an alert window or a top list window. And you can always modify it afterwards. Okay? So once you've created the alert window or the top list window, then you right click, configure, symbol lists. Again, symbol list is a watch list. Add existing create new list. Create new list. Click on that. We'll give it a name. We'll call it IG. I'll say OK. Now this box pops up. Now here's where you can type in or copy, a list of symbols that you've got. If you're going to type them in, there's no comma. It's just you have to type them in a column format. Okay. Or again, if you have a column that you can paste in, you can do that. You say OK. It's working again. Most of the time when I do that, you will see the symbol list you just created over in this column. You have to find it here. Notice it says IG. If it doesn't, you have to go add existing list and then just find it, okay? And if you haven't done one before, you'll see it immediately. All you would do is just left click on it and it'll move over here. Once you've done that, wow, CODX is just tanking here, guys. CODX. This is a drop-down menu, only the following lists. Drop-down menu. So you would pick only the following list and you would check it. So you see what we've done? You've created a top list, an alert window or a top list window, and now you have attached that symbol list you just created to it. And just say okay, and that's it. I'm not going to do that. And so now IG would be attached here. Now you could create another window, another alert window or top list window, and just attach it to that one. Well, you can just go and delete them. And yeah, this is the other aspect, and this is where it's not too intuitive. Look at APDN, guys, screaming here. Look at this off that base here. I wish I'd been watching. That's a great move off that base and the volume. More importantly, if you interest how I trade, I mean, I had this thumbnail from this morning, so I would have been watching this thumbnailed wise. See that volume coming in? That would have got me very interested to take the trade right around here. Okay. Now, you'll probably from time to time you're going to want to edit. So you go to Tools from the toolbar and Options. Sorry. Tools from the toolbar, and there where it says Symbol Lists. Okay, so this will answer your question, Harvey. So IG is right at the bottom here. By IG, I'm going to delete you. So but what I could have done is I could have clicked on IG and then edit the list, and you know, there you'll see the symbols. You can add and subtract the symbols right there, and then just say okay. I'm going to try, Bill. I'm going to try to get to you again. I might have to send you to tech support if I can't help you. Okay, so Harvey, did you get that? Basically, you've got to go to Tools. Where am I? You've got to go to Tools, Symbol List, find the one you don't like anymore, you don't want anymore. Find the one you don't want anymore, and delete. Highlight it and then delete. Okay? Okay, there's no hide. There's no hide. Sorry. You're either going to see it or you're not going to see it. Okay, sorry. So, new trader, no. I mean, I'd love to be able to tell you. The question was, can we see, is there an alert or somehow to show us a stock that's going to pop? No, there isn't one, okay? I mean, obviously, what we try to do, though, is we follow all-day stocks that are, I mean, for instance, the APDN, okay? APDN was something that was very active in the pre-market, huge move in the pre-market. It's still up 76%. So I had thumbnailed this one, you know, and I was, the minute all that volume was coming in, you know, not necessarily was it going to scream higher, but, you know, when that volume starts to come in, you know, you've got to think to yourself, wow, okay, let's watch this or take the trade. But ahead of time, you know, right here, are we going to know this happens? No. Sorry. It's not click and drag, it's click and release. Okay, so Bill, let's do this one again. It's click, and now not drag. Well, I mean, you drag it to where you want, and then release. Okay, I'm not sure there. So it's click and release. If that's not happening, So you did that. You clicked and released. And you swear that you've got one of them is checked. Default chart long strategy. You have to have that checked. One of them. One of your long strategies has to have this checked. Otherwise, nothing will happen. You promise me. You know, I mean, so you pick one of the long strategies, right click, and then you have to. So that's what's happening. That's why. Okay, good. Now it's an easy answer. One of your long strategies you have to designate as how you want to trade using the buy button. Okay? So you have to have a strategy that you've created, a long strategy that you've created in the strategies tab. Have you done that? Okay. Pick one of them. One of them. One of the long strategies. Okay? And you right click and then set as default chart long strategy. If I click on that, now this one has got a check mark beside it. Now, you know, I'm not going to use this one because it doesn't make sense to do that. Okay? But this one makes sense because the rules are pretty specific to, you know, with a $100 risk, it's going to size me and all that. So you swear on a stack of Bibles or whatever deity that one of your long strategies is definitely checked, set. You know, I mean, it's possible that the strategy you checked doesn't have like any rules in it. Maybe, I don't know. Remember, you know, when just because you've got something here, you have to now create, you know, the trading strategy using these tabs. Otherwise, it won't know what to do. I don't know what happened to Codex. I really don't know what happened. I mean, obviously it's been flying high for the last couple of days. It still flew higher this morning in the pre-market. Kind of tumbled a bit, but it was holding its own, trying to come back. I have no idea what happened there. No idea. Holly alerts. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. And typically most of the action is before noon, typically, Cameron. Typically. I mean, there was one at 12:52, but I would say, you know, certainly the majority of the alerts are going to be before noon, Eastern Time. I'm just looking here. 12:52 is the last alert. Yep. So these top three are pretty good. I mean, it's not how I've sorted. So you see that Allo was twice from Holly Neo. Two different strategies within Holly Neo. One is probably like more the momentum trade, 38.48. That was the alert. The second one is probably on a pullback. Right there, they're on the pullback, and then another way to get in. Yeah, Cameron. I mean, I'll give you the overview, but we're going away from this. But just to give you an idea, the first one, Holly Grail. That's the very first one. That's the first segment that we came up with, and we ran with that probably for a couple of years. Holly 2.0 was added a little. I can't remember exactly. That was the next one we added. A little more aggressive in maybe the stops and things like that. Perhaps some different types of filters were being used. Holly Neo was looking at stocks that could be explosive. So it's a little more risky. So if you're risk averse, Holly Neo may not be for you. But looking for stocks a little more explosive. So a lot of times, but not always. A lot of times when you see the big percentage winners of the day, it could have come from Holly Neo. But on the flip side, the big losers of the day could have come from Holly Neo too. So that's kind of the overview. Okay. All right, that will be just a second, Galileo. Yeah, we're really going away from a profit target. I can see right now. I can tell you. I mean, this one you can see only one of the strategies had a profit target. One. The rest are blank. I think we're getting away from a profit target. Okay. Yeah, the MTZ is probably the only one. Was that a breakout? Yeah, I think we're getting away from. Listen, I think the profit target, in my opinion, is irrelevant. I mean, because what does that mean? $1? I mean, that's not scientific at all. Okay, so I think when the strategies get optimized, they were putting these profit targets in, but I think they're getting away from it. So why does the AI get out of trades? So the AI will get out of trades for about maybe now only 4 reasons. Some of the strategies have hold periods. Give me a second, please. You notice there's a time stop. Now, a lot of these are now holding a lot longer. I don't know if we even have the 60-minute holds anymore, but these particular strategies, so that's going almost to the end of the day. Okay? And these are okay, and these are 60-minute holds. Okay? So, even if the trade is working well, as an example, the AI will get out of the trade. Now, why would you? I mean, if you were in a trade and it's working, and just because it's 2 hours, but the trade is still working, why would you get out of the trade? Of course. So that to me is more of a guide than anything. So, but that is one way that the AI gets out of a trade. The other obvious way is if the stop gets hit. That's the other obvious way. So, you know, there's a stop price. If it gets hit, gets out. The other way is what we call a profit save. So, you know, there was the entry at 38.48. There was the exit time. So the entry was at 10.26, got out at 10.41, because what was happening with that trade is that all of a sudden there was a bit of a downtick. And so an algorithm kicked in. An algorithm kicked in to get out of the trade. Now, did that mean you had to get out of the entire trade? Not necessarily. This is why I'm saying, you know, this is where the human management, as opposed to just sole machine management, can really help. But that's what we call a profit save. And then reduce risk. Reduce risk is basically saying, you know what, we got into this short at 392. There was a stop at 413. Didn't like the way it was trading. Just didn't like the way it was trading. So instead of waiting to get stopped out, we got rid of the trade earlier, reducing the risk. And that's another algorithm that kicked in. Okay? So I think we're getting away from profit targets and all of that, because the profit target is, I mean, it's just too, it's like pulling something out, you know, a rabbit out of the hat, right? I mean, $1, 1%. I mean, it really, to me, means nothing. Well, we recommend, I mean, how a lot of people use the AI is they may take the entries. I still would, you know, I mean, I don't think it's absolutely 100% that you have to get in. You're talking about wanting to auto trade the whole thing, right, Galileo, and just walking away? Yeah. Don't recommend it. Sorry, I wish I could say yes, but I just don't recommend it. You know, a lot of things come into play. I mean, you know, today is not a lot of alerts, to be honest, not very many alerts today, but you know, you could get a day with 25 alerts. What are you going to do? How are you going to take every trade? I mean, obviously it depends on your account size and all, but all right, guys, I'm just looking to see if it looks like I'm all caught up. Okay, so Cameron, are you talking about the Barry's watch list up and down? Cameron? Just answering your question in the YouTube stream. Okay, so you can have the layout. I can give you the layout which will include these, all right? Okay, so that is a test drive layout. Now remember, please listen to me. Remember, it's a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load my layout, because it'll replace whatever layout you got, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. But this is what I'm displaying. You'll get exactly this. No, I don't. A price target? I don't think so, Galileo. I honestly don't think so. We used to put little price targets in all these, but I honestly don't think so. I may be wrong. So Corey, can you see right above? Can you see right above? There is the link for it. Right above where you posted. There is the link. Yeah, I can post it again, but yeah, look out, CODX. This is probably halted. Yeah, just got halted. There's the halts resumes, just got halted. How the mighty have fallen. Now, I don't see any news right now hitting. Did somebody post something about, excuse me, on news on it? Yeah, earnings after the market, yeah. Not that anybody cares what earnings are. Yeah, good eve to you, Thomas. Very Shakespearean of you. Well, I think you asked that question yesterday, and I haven't even gone over the similar, which I guess I can do it right now. Well, again, you know, not into. Well, this is a very big ETF. You know, the big sector ETFs, so you can see how they're doing. Okay, I mean, listen, if you really want to find, you know, all industry groups, you could always. No, I won't forget. It's in 11 minutes. If you want, you know, you could create your own. If you go to some website that shows all sorts of different sectors, you can create your own symbol list, you know, and put them in there. But this, I mean, this is, you know, energy sector, home builders. There's the SPY right there, communication. So this is showing me what the broad sectors are doing. So I haven't talked about, and I think I can do it, I think I can get through this in 10 minutes. So one of the things I haven't talked about at all in these two windows right there, the similars tab. So if you don't have the similars tab, first of all, you should have the single stock window, okay? And you can load it from new, single stock window. This window will pop up. I can actually give you this. This is part, if you go into the scans, this is the single stock window. Is something that I'm sharing. These are you know, things I like, how I like to follow it. These are just filters that I've put in here. You can put in your own. So if you don't see the similar tab, that means you're on a real early version of Trade Ideas and you need to download the latest version. Okay? And that would be right here. Okay, the TI download. I'll put this in the YouTube feed also. Okay, so that's the Trade Ideas download, and download the latest version of Trade Ideas. And then you'll have the similar tab. The similar tab is it should be right up here. There is the link. It should be right there. Just one moment, please. Just okay. To answer your question, just click on the links tab, and there it is. 20 short video lessons. Okay, there is the link right there. And one moment, please. I'll be right back. I am here actually, Billy. I mean, preset popular scans. If you go to I don't think I'm going to be able to go to the similar tab. So you guys want to hang on because the meeting is going to start a little bit well, I might be able to. If you went to the channel bar, new channel bar, and we've finally renamed it. Called the Traders Vault. Okay, Traders Vault has a lot of scans that the traders are using. A lot of scans in there, okay? And hopefully they're named in a way which makes sense, but you can take a look at this. When I say traders, I'm talking about people from Trade Ideas. Okay? So let me continue on the similar tab. So this is how I use it. You notice that there is a toggle for the similar tab, competitors and price action. I only use competitors right now. I think we need more. I keep saying this every day. I think we need more filters for the price action to be effective, for me anyway. So I use the competitors. And this is what I do. I right click I duplicate the window a couple of times. Right click on it, duplicate. And then I duplicate it, and that's why you see these two windows here. And then I sort on the change from the close percent both ways. So I want to see the ones that are up the most, and I want to see the ones down the most. This is in the sector. Okay, this is within the sector. So if I click on one of the more yeah, I will. You mean the one that I saved? Yes. Can you set a preset scanner? Do you mean if you have something that you got on here? Yes. All you have to do is load it onto the screen, onto your screen, and then when you exit, file, save, or share to cloud, and then entire layout, give it a name and save it. Okay, and then that scan will be part of your personal layout. So let me just keep going. I'm up against the clock here a little bit. So let me keep going here. So this is a sector that is so active all the time, the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. So what I do is, yes, you see this here, but now I can pop it out. I can right click and I can pop it out. And look what's happened. Now it's a top list window. Now I can take this top list window and I can massage it in order to see only the price range that I want, a minimum volume that I want, all sorts of, and I can also sort it the way I want. And this is what I did, and I will give you this. If you're interested, it's a very strong, it's a sector that is always in play. So I can give you this if you're interested. Okay. And so what I've done is, now this is me. You can of course make changes as you want. I'm only interested in stocks between 1 and 35. The volume is going to be at least 100,000 shares. I guarantee that most of the things, especially as the day goes on, way over 100,000 shares. And then I've added this column. the position in range column, that's the day, position in the days range column, and then I sort on it. And why do I do that? Because I love to see stocks near the highs of the day. So if I look at LPTX, you know, it's right at the high of the day. Doesn't mean I'm going to hop into the trade or anything, but you know, torque right at the high of the day. But you don't have to do that. This is just how I like to, you know, sort things. You can sort on, you know, if you wanted to see stocks use this range, you know, between 50 to 60%. You know, 50% above the high, 40% below the low. So in other words, right in the middle. Maybe you can do all sorts of things. Or you can scroll down, and that's where you're going to see stocks like that. So that's how at the very bottom, keep scrolling. There's Veru, almost right at the low of the day. You know, so even though it's up for the day still, but it's right at the day's range, low of the day's range. Okay guys, I am going to just put myself on mute for one moment. All right, guys, I'm back, but I'm going to have to I'm going to get the announcement in here. I hear CODX is absolutely crashing now. When I say here, it's because I have this text to voice, and all I hear is CODX, CODX, CODX. All right, Jeff. Well, the meeting hasn't started yet, so I can try to. That should have absolutely no bearing. I mean, this is not linked to anything. You know what I mean? It's not linked to your scans. That's got to be some crazy thing that's happening, which I cannot. I mean, it's not that this controls anything. You know, all these windows are independent, really. That's weird. I mean, there's no. It's. I don't want to say impossible. You're saying it's happening. Larry, okay, quickly try to answer you before this marketing meeting starts. If you click on tools in the toolbar and then options, okay, Larry, tools in the toolbar, options, and then where it says time options, that's where you can change the time and trade ideas, okay? So tools from the toolbar, options, and then time options, okay? Again, I'm just waiting for this marketing meeting to start. Yeah, yeah, Trill, I don't have anything that's specific to that. I'm sorry, Trill. You know, something that and then is moving up and then scalp. I don't have anything specific to that. I'm very sorry. Might be somebody else in the room if you look at what Trill is looking for. The 15% discount is valid for Brokerage Plus also, yes. I don't know the Bulls of Wall Street layout, so sorry. Right. Okay, guys, the meeting has started. All right, guys, I'm back. If you guys can hear me. Yeah, so yeah, that was not 50% off. It was 15. That's why I always say, you know, it's 1 5, not 50% off, okay? Meanwhile, what has happened to Codex? And another one, Axla. So I'm just trying to see, am I caught up to all the questions? If I haven't caught up, just please repost, please. I'm just going to. You got the link, the 20 lessons in 20 days. I gave you that link, Chris, right? Or did I not give you the link? A lot of the links are right here, guys. Now it's sort of a little bit of a new format, okay? But there's the 20 short lessons, 20 short video lessons right there. There is the link for it. Trade of the week. My daily video, probably I won't do one tomorrow, so hopefully I can start next week. Take a few trades next week. There's the download link. There's the training link. Lots of training. The video link. The 20 videos in 20 days. Still, if you want to listen, I mean, you can still do the test drive, guys. You won't get the full 11 or 10 days, of course, but if you click on that test drive link right here. So you'll get basically 6 days. You'll get tomorrow and 5 days next week. If you can afford if you think $8.99 is worth trying us out for 6 days, and go for it. Okay. It's so hard to copy. Okay, so the 15% off code is right here. I will give it to you. There's the 15% off code. Well, how do you use the test drive? That's kind of a... I mean, I have a layout that I can give to you, a GT or G-Track Hawk, okay? I can give you the layout that I'm using. Okay, this is the layout that you see on your screen. The 15% promo is well, basically it never ends. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. So there's the layout. Remember, it is a layout. So if you do have anything, if you were able to create, if you haven't done anything, if you just see a toolbar, then you're fine. But if you want to create your own layout, if you already have a layout loaded, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So my layout will replace the layout you have. Okay. You don't need Brokerage Plus to make trades. Okay? If you want to if you don't have, first of all, if you don't have Interactive Brokers, then you don't use Brokerage Plus, okay? Does that make sense, Philip? Do you have an Interactive Brokers account, number one? Okay. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus, okay, to place orders. If you didn't have Brokerage Plus, if you didn't have this, and you just had trade ideas and Interactive Brokers, you would click on a symbol and it would load into your order entry, and you would trade from within Interactive Brokers, okay? Okay. Have you never, well, how? Have you never made a trade from within Interactive Brokers? Just, okay, so I mean, but if you have Interactive Brokers, you can use Brokerage Plus as your order entry window, okay? Instead of placing orders within Interactive Brokers, you can use the Brokerage Plus. Well, you can trade directly, yes. I mean, I think I've explained this. I mean, if you click on an alert right there, BRFS, and then you know, pick how many shares you want, the price you want to get at, and if you hit buy, it'll trade it. You know, as long as you're linked to your Interactive Brokers account. Okay? So I think I'm answering your question, yes. I will answer your question, Teresa. The plus minus column on B plus. The significance of the plus minus column. No idea. I've never used it. Plus minus position. I guess if you load it, it probably is going to tell you how much you're up or down. I've never used it. If you try it, see what happens. Okay, I honestly don't know. I mean, if I don't know, I don't use this one. Okay, so Teresa, I want to answer Teresa's question because it's a common question. When you click on new in channel bar, I just have to make sure I've got everything in. So let me explain what the channel bar is. I mean, obviously within the channel bar there are a lot of different themes, okay? Stock surging. The Trader's Vault is the, thank goodness it's been renamed. It's not, that's silly channel 4, to be honest, okay? Didn't make any sense to anybody. So now it's called the Trader's Vault. In here you're going to see a lot of scans. If you attend a lot of the different webinars that the other traders put on, they will put their scans in there. Swing ideas, enjoy the show, etc., etc. Okay, so all these are different themes. You cannot make a change. You can load like stock surging. Okay, so if you see something that says, the action is heating up right now, looks interesting. So you pull it out and you look at the filters and you see, well, that's a pretty broad range. You know what, I'm just surfing. I hate it when it automatically goes into the surfing. Okay. So you take a look at this. The action is heating up right now. So you click on configure and then the summary. Then you can see English language, what the filters are that are being used. So you might immediately look, the price is between 1 and 1,000. You might go, well, you know what? I don't like that range is too big for me. So if you want to change it to 10 and 50, you know, as an example. And if you click on the summary, you notice how that has changed. You might want to up the volume. 250,000 shares. Okay, you've upped the volume. Now, if you want to take out a filter or add in a filter as you get used to using trade ideas, you might want to further customize it. Okay? Once you've done that, say you've customized this window or this scan, now you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and click on the save and save. Now it's in your cloud. Okay? It's there for you. You make these changes and then you go to another channel. If you came back to this channel that had this one, those changes are not saved. And there's a good reason for it. The fact that, because the channels within the channel bar are for everybody, okay? So the fact that you want to make some changes that suits your trading style, you know, we can't allow that to be then the standard. Everybody is going to have a different feel for it. So, you know, so that each channel cannot be changed, you know, all the filters, etc., cannot be changed. So when you go back, it's going to be, but that's why I'm saying, all you have to do is extract the various windows, scans, that look kind of interesting to you. And then you can make the changes and then save them to your cloud. If you do that enough times within the channels, start taking out windows that might look interesting to you, turbo breaks up. You know, I wonder what that is. it's a popular one. So you can make some changes, maybe create a price range. Once you've done that, save your work, okay, and you just save it to the cloud. Save the individual windows to the cloud. Once you're done all that, then what you can do is you can start bringing back those windows, load from cloud, one at a time, the ones that you may have made some changes to. Click on it, load. Click on another one, load. And so those windows that you made changes to now will start appearing on your screen. You can arrange them the way you want, maybe create some charts that you want, and then File, Save or Share to Cloud, entire layout. Give it a name and save it. So now you've created a layout entire layout, but basically make sure that entire layout, make sure that you size the windows as you want. God, I hate that. Make sure you size the windows the way you want before you save. In the simulator build, you can't do a trailing stop, okay? Only in the if you have a live, if you're connected to Interactive Brokers, your real account, your real money account, okay? But I would encourage you to try to start putting stops on the chart and moving a line as opposed to putting a trailing stop. No, I do see it's there, but I have no idea when or if this is going to happen. They kind of jumped the gun. E-Trade is probably a little bit closer, okay, but and I don't really know anything about alpaca. I've heard it in the marketing meetings and all, but I have no idea when this is going to happen. Yeah, get rid of 999,999 of them, or 90 of them, okay? You cannot build an alert window from a symbol list. No, you have to. You basically you create your alert window, and then you attach the symbol list to it. Okay, so create your alert window and then attach the symbol list to it if you've already created it. Was that you having the same problem yesterday, unable to log into TI to the web-based version? I can't help you. Were you talking with tech yesterday, Santosh? What did they say? I mean, I'm certainly not going to be able to help you. I mean, those guys are way more techie than I am. Yeah, well, thanks. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. The only thing I can do is if you want to put your email here very quickly, and then I'll go back into our support. Okay, I'll flash. Okay, just a second, and then I'll delete your email. Okay. Okay, let me get rid of it. Okay, sorry. There, I just got rid of it. Okay, so I've passed it on, Santosh, again. Okay, so now that they have the account that you give me your email address, so they can look up your account. They were able to solve somebody else's. Basically, to be honest, it was the fact that the password wasn't correct and all. But I'm not saying that is not that is not your situation. Yeah, thank you, Real. I will. Yeah, well, 3,600 signed up, so they're not all in the room, but but thanks. They're not all in the room at one time. How's that? Okay, so Teresa, when you say entire layout is for every channel, then what do you mean by that exactly? Each channel each channel has its own layout. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. Okay, well, again, yeah, you go to a channel, it replaces the previous channel, and on and on and on. This is designed really for people who, really brand new to trade ideas, which I'm sure a lot of people are. And so we create all these different themes, and you can stay on a channel for a while if you want. Up gap, down gap, as I was trying to say. I don't see why you're having to rearrange. When you say not saved, so when you go back to the channel, doesn't it look like something like this? It should at least. You're trying to say like it's all jumped. Still don't understand. So when I go to my windows as an example, this is what you should see. It should look like this. Are you saying in each channel you're saving? Boy, I'm not understanding it. You have to load a layout every single time. Okay, when you get used to trade ideas, you'll notice that I don't load any layouts. This is my layout. This is my layout that I use. Okay, and when I exit trade ideas, I save my layout, but exit, save layout, yes. When I come back tomorrow, this is exactly how it will be arranged. I have other monitors. I have some trade ideas. I have some scans on other monitors. Everything is going to be arranged as I want them on all my monitors. Are you in the web or are you in the app, Teresa? Okay. Yeah, I don't think that should be happening. So what you're saying is, they should be arranged so that when you click on, are you saying that, for instance, this might appear like this, and this is appearing here, and this is like this? Is that what you're saying? Every time you go to a channel, everything is all over the place? Oh, and I'm not understanding. It always goes to default, then I load layout. Man, I'm just not understanding. Well, okay, maybe what you should be doing is if you go to default, okay, and load the layout. I maybe see what you're talking about, load layout. And are you talking about here, load layout and default layout? Is that what you're talking about, default layout? Okay, but that's what I was trying to say to you. If you go to a channel, when you go to a channel, I can see we're just going around and around here. When I go to a channel, this is what I see. You're not talking about necessarily making changes here and then going to another channel. And then when you come back, it has not been saved the way you want. Oh, my layout for that channel. Okay, indulge me. When you go to the channel bar and you click on, just never mind your layout. I mean, I'm not sure when you go to the channel bar and you just start clicking on channels, just one after another, do they not just replace the previous one and you get something that is least that you can read every time? There's no my layout for that channel. I mean, I don't understand. You cannot. So when you go to each channel, this is, each channel is going to have a slightly different layout. And you move on to the next one, you see that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like a TV channel. So if I go to, I don't know, ESPN or something, and I see they've got NASCAR or something, and I say, well, I don't want NASCAR, so I want to delete that programming. Of course, you can't do it. Yeah, maybe this is what you're talking about. Of course, yes, I can go entire layout and save it and give it another name. Give it another name. You have to save it to a new name. So, I mean, if you wanted to save this, yeah, file, save, or share to cloud, entire layout, give it another name, save it. So, if you arrange these windows, if that's what you wanted, I think. Yeah, well, yeah, because I think the answer is yes, because every time you go to a channel, a channel is a layout. It's going to replace the layout you see on your screen all the time. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Is that the is that the answer? You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So every time you go to a channel, which is a layout, it's going to replace the layout you see in your screen. But if you saved your layout, with another name or something, you can always bring it back, file, load from cloud, and here are your layouts, and you can bring it back. Each channel is separate. Yeah, you can't click on, my Windows, and then click on another channel and expect this to stay. Okay? The minute you do that, it gets replaced. Each channel is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, Teresa, the only way to save, if you went into each channel, okay, it'd be if you went into each channel, Alpha Predator channel, okay, Maybe this is it. I mean, most people don't go into each channel, but let's just say you make your changes, okay? You go into this channel called whatever it was, Alpha Predator. You go in and make your changes, okay? And assuming it's the only channel you've got, it's all you're seeing right now on your screen. Now you can go, if you wanted to, File, Save, maybe call this Alpha Predator Teresa. Entire layout, save. Most people don't do that, okay? But if you wanted, your version of the Alpha Predator channel, then, so you make your changes, put your windows where you want them, and then call it, Alpha Predator Teresa. And then save it. Then, from here, from File, Load from Cloud, you will see it up here. This is a drop down. You can just search for layouts and you would see it. Now there's a way in which you can put a few of them up here, but if you want to do them all, I mean, most people never do that. Well, okay, Teresa, but I've just sort of told you, there is you cannot make a change in the channel and then go back to that icon here and expect that your changes have been made. No. These channels are for everybody, okay? So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that that's what everybody wants. So these are channels for everybody, okay? Again, as I'm trying to say, if you load the Alpha Predator channel and you make some changes, then you're going to have to File, Save, or Share to Cloud, entirely, give it another name. Give it another name. Your version of the channel. I mean, that's what I was saying. You can call it Alpha Predator Channel Teresa. Okay? So then you've taken that Alpha Predator channel and you've basically, you've made it kind of your own, but you cannot expect it to have changed within the channel bar. Because this is for everybody. Well, the save feature then is just, do you not understand what I'm trying to say? You've got this here. Make your changes. To Alpha, whatever you want to do. Or even if you didn't want to make any changes at all. Though if you didn't want to make any changes, then there's no point in doing this, but I'm assuming you want to make some changes. Can you not see the toolbar? Oops. The toolbar, and then File, Save, Entire layout, give it a name. And give it another name, Alpha Predator Teresa, and then save it. Okay. Yeah, see, what's confusing me, yes, each time I click on a channel, I have to load my layout. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand when you're saying it like that. Every time if you want your version of Swing Ideas, then you have to File, Load from Cloud, and yeah, you find it here. Okay, File, Load from Cloud. So if you've saved what we'll call your version of Swing Ideas, you'll see it up here just in layouts, and you'll see you'll see the last ones you used. So it'll be called Teresa Swing Ideas. So you won't use the channel bar anymore if you've saved your versions of all the channels as layouts. Very Very few people do that. The way most people use the channel bar is sort of what I said before, okay? They go through the channels and they start looking. And if a window kind of, I wonder what this is, unusual social activity. So what they do is they take a look at it by right-clicking, configure, taking a look at the filters that are in place, maybe making some changes, put a price range in, okay? Especially if it's something that really looks interesting to you. Once they do that, they save it to the cloud. They right-click and save that window to the cloud, okay? They're not saving every single window from every single channel. They're just sort of picking and choosing the ones that they might look interesting to them. And then you can start building, if you want, you can start building a layout from all those ones that might have looked interesting to you. Channels are great, but most people, once they get a little bit used to trade ideas, they're not looking at the channels anymore. They get used to it. Like I haven't looked at it. Well, I look at a channel during these test drives because I kind of have to. But once you get used to trade ideas, you build a layout that you'll probably use for almost forever. Every now and then, because I've saved each individual window to the cloud, things that I have created, I might say, you know what, I remember a window that I used to like. Go and I say, option plays magic, which I used to use a few years ago. I wonder how that's doing. Okay? So here's my window that I created many, many years ago. So what I'll do is maybe tomorrow, I just pick this one as an example. I might start to look at it and I'll start to click on some alerts and go, wow, these are giving me some really good alerts. So maybe then what I'll do is I'll incorporate this into part of my layout. So when I save, I save entire layout, give it the name again, and save it. So now this is part of my layout. Or maybe I get rid of a window, because I don't want to have so many windows open. But that's that's my thought process anyway. I can share my options play, sure. This is just looking for, I don't know how many I've got in here. Yeah, I've only got, this is, we get the question a lot. Is there a relative strength index strength compared to an index? Not really. I think you asked that question a long time ago, and I'm sorry for not answering. Let me just see something here. Sector. I haven't used these forever. Okay, so it's sector breakout, but so for instance, you could use the SPY or Dow or NAS, and so if a stock is, so if the change in the SPY is really moving down a lot, then you incorporate it as part of one of your filters, and then put a new high alert. So the SPY is sort of a counter move. So the SPY is moving down, but yet a stock is moving higher. See, I don't do that because I sort of use this, the basic new highs and lows. I'm watching the SPY and it's moving higher, right? In fact, now we're positive for the day. if I see, but so this is kind of my counter. Well, AXLA for whatever reason moving down. You do not, okay. You don't have to buy Brokerage Plus. Okay, only have to. I'm obviously not explaining this correctly. Okay, Brokerage Plus is a window in which you can, instead of using obviously within Interactive Brokers, you can buy and sell. You know, I mean, if you weren't with Trade Ideas and you had an Interactive Brokers account at home, you could obviously use Interactive Brokers to buy and sell securities, right? Make sense? Okay. You have Trade Ideas. We have an option for you called Brokerage Plus. You don't have to use it. Okay? It's part of the standard service, okay? It's part of the standard service. You don't have to use it, but it's a nicer look, shall we say, rather than using the internal IB way of trading. Okay? I click on an alert, it shows up here. I got a big buy and sell button. I can, some pretty quick hotkeys that I can do. I can manage the trade and if I'm connected to my Interactive Brokers account, I can use this. This is all part of the standard service. I can set up what I call one-click trading options, okay, ahead of time. So, I set up some rules ahead of time, and so all of a sudden I just click and boom, it trades it, okay? That's all part of the standard service, all part of the standard service. I have a buy button on this chart that I can assign a long strategy to. I can click on it, and right on the chart, buy. You'll see a stop. I'll see a target. All part of the standard service. Okay, all part of the standard service. Here, and again, all part of the standard service. The only time you need premium is if you decided that you were good enough that you wanted to create your own alert windows and you wanted to auto trade them. So a symbol shows up in the window, and there's a way, to turn the strategy on, and it will auto trade it, take the trade as per the trading rules you set up. You would need our standard service. The only time you actually have to buy Brokerage Plus on top of that is if you wanted to auto trade the AI. Crystal clear? So bottom line is this: if you don't care about auto trading, Brokerage Plus is part of the standard package. You can use it to paper trade, and you can use it to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Okay? I always get kind of bogged down at, do I need Brokerage Plus to trade? No. You don't need it, okay? Even in the standard package, you don't need it, but it's a very, visually, it's very nice to be able to use as opposed to IB. Here is the 20, I'm going to pop that in again, okay? The 20 short video lessons, and the bottom There is one incredibly annoying song that unfortunately, bored in the house, my goodness. 20 short video lessons. If you click on that link, okay, click on that link, and you'll be brought to this page. At the bottom three, Brokerage Plus, Intro to Brokerage Plus, had a link. Okay? Hopefully that clears up some stuff also. I'm on the web page and we see AI profit and SPY change. What is this? That's probably a good question. You don't see it here, so that's all right. That's a genuine laugh out loud. All right, let me load, let me get into the web-based version. Well, that's interesting. Try it one more time. Well, I'm not going to be able to help you because now I can't load the web-based version. I'm not going to be able to help you. I will not be able to... That's the first for me. Let me see if our website's down. I need Miller. Well, Miller, I don't know the last time I had a Miller, but... Okay, so it's not the website. The website is up and running. So, yeah, I apologize. I cannot, I'm trying, but I cannot get into the web. It's a good excuse for me, too, because I'm not sure I was going to know how to answer your question anyway. Somebody asked a question about the ETFs. Okay, see. Okay, let me just... it's a global list that we maintain, okay? So you cannot change it. It's a global list. Again, and it's one of those things, again, that, you know, we have to make it available to everybody because some people might say, well, I don't care about that ETF. Well, that's, you know, we don't, it's a global list. Fred, you and Fred Clovis. I don't know. I think I see your real last name there. Oh man, well, another break of 10 would be excellent, wouldn't it? Did it ever break 10? Yeah, it got up to 10 this week. Yeah, I mean, it's a choppy one. I mean, it's very choppy on that daily chart. I mean, $10 and it got down to 7. That's a big percentage move. Where are you putting your stop if you were up in here, you know? I don't know. I don't, I have no recommendations. I mean, there are tons. I haven't read a book on day trading for years, so there might be other people. Yes, TJ. If in order, there you go. So some people are going to just give you some ideas. I haven't read a trading book in years, so um, the web-based version does not have Brokerage Plus. Yes, that is correct. The web-based version does not have Brokerage Plus. With the web-based version? Oh yeah. Well, listen. I mean, you'll get an alert in the web-based version. Okay. I mean, there are limitations with the web-based version. One of the nice things, the two main limitations for, well, maybe three, if you have multiple monitors. Okay. If you have multiple, okay. Here, to me, people ask all the time, what are the big differences? Probably the biggest difference: no Brokerage Plus. Okay, and I'm not talking about, okay, then you can't trade, but I mean, a lot of people, of course, would like to have a simulator, a paper trading simulator, okay? And that's, I mean, yes, fantastic that you can trade your live account, but there are so many new traders, and even if you're an old trader, it's good to be able to perhaps test something. You know, you've got an alert that, or a strategy that you want to kind of test a little bit, see how it would work. So you can paper trade it for a while, okay? Number one. So no Brokerage Plus in the web-based version. No way to link in the web-based version. So when I click on a symbol, doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's not going to link. The symbol is not going to show up in the order entry. Now, is that the end of the world? No. You have to type the symbol in, okay? You can only have 5 charts in the web-based version. You know, with our standard, you can have 10, and in premium, you can have 20. That may not be the end of the world either. Maybe you're using your brokerage charts. Okay? So to answer your question, can I still trade? Of course. You know, if you get an alert and you want to trade it, you can have our charts. If you like what you see, but then you'll have to type the symbol in. That's all. So you can certainly trade. True. If you're somebody who wants to use a lot of indicators on the charts, we're not a charting, like what we call a charting platform. I mean, these are the indicators that we have. I'm not. If I were a big indicator guy, I wouldn't be using the Trade Ideas charts. I mean, if I had something that said I have to have the Ichimoku cloud, if I had to have this and that, even though I was working for Trade Ideas, I'd be using other charts also. Okay. So it's not because I'm not, what's the word I want? I'm not compromising myself, and I'm saying, well, I work for Trade Ideas, I better, and you're right, Ronnie, you're right. The indicators are not available in the web-based version. But I'm not compromising myself by saying, well, I work for Trade Ideas, so I guess I better use the Trade Ideas charts. If I really wanted other indicators and Trade Ideas doesn't have them, I'd be using, probably my broker's charts. All right, but I'm not a big indicator guy, so it doesn't bother me at all. Pull-ups for day trading. Yeah, I don't have anything specifically for that. Okay, Doom, NM. I don't have anything specifically off the top of my head. I mean, are you looking for stocks that have maybe bottomed out and maybe are trying to come back, or vice versa, topped out and now maybe starting to move down? If not, then I honestly, I don't have anything off the top of my head. All right, so you can try this. I do have something that I call bouncers toppers. If you can find the scans tab, can you find the scans tab? Can you find the scans tab? And one of the scans I'm sharing is called bouncers toppers. Right there, bouncers toppers. Okay, and it should, well, there are two alert windows in here, so it's a multi-strategy window. And so the bouncers obviously are stocks that maybe are bottoming out and bouncing, and the toppers are ones that have maybe topped out and reversing. Okay, so you can take a look at that. did BWA, okay. Well, Mitt, I can give you something that, I mean, if I'm not a big swing trader, okay? So if you're for instance, if you're looking for things that have kind of bottomed out maybe and are starting to come back, I can give you something like that. Is that something that might be of interest to you? If not, then I don't really, okay, good. That was the right answer. Can you find the scans tab? Can you find the scans tab? And if you click on it, if you click on trend reversals, trend reversal up, if you click on that, trend reversal up, and then you'll sort of see what sort of patterns come from there. Oh, that was just a second. I might as well stay till 6. Okay, so here is trend reversals up. So, are they all going to, I'll answer your question in a minute, Cameron, okay? I'll answer, just give me a moment here. So, excuse me. So trend reversals up. So now, are they all going to look, just a minute. Are they all going to look fantastic? No, but some of them are going to look maybe very interesting. Excuse me, just gotta. All right, so look at EDNT. What do you think of this one as a potential trend reversal up? I mean, look at the date. Look at, and a lot of these could be relatively inexpensive, but you know, this is the sort of thing that I look at. So look at EDNT. You know, just look at that daily chart. Look how today it is looks like it's trying to break free. A little while ago, it got up to 519. You know, there's that week. So I mean, this, you know, it's a cheap one. And it's very, and I'm not saying to swing trade this one. It's a very low float. But I obviously you have to love the look of it. Look at BRFS, my favorite barfs, my favorite food name company. Look at this one, maybe trying to come back. Okay, it's not a low float. You know, so that's sort of the thought process. You know, and I can't tell you like every single. This is actually usually a little bit more more stocks in here, but you know, if you save this one, maybe save it to the cloud, and you know, you might find a couple that, well, yeah, that looks kind of interesting. Okay. The link for the scans inside Trade Ideas. What do you mean by that exactly? Are you talking about the one I showed before? Oh, you're talking about here? These scans? These? Oh, okay. So these are all scans that I created. All right. So if you, the quick way to get them all, if you can find that, if you can see the room drive icon right up here, looks like a half open folder. If you do click on that, and where it says scans that I share, click on download and it'll go to a Word document, and then they're all there, and then you can take a look at them. They're all you can copy and paste the link into file load from Trade Ideas, but you can take a look at them all more or less at your leisure. Okay, those are just all the scans that I've created over the last few years, and I don't use them all, but every now and then, I say, I wonder what this one's like. My favorite scans, Bill, if I weren't in this room, all I'd be looking at is my watch list and the AI and maybe this one. That's it. There is the trend reversal up link. Okay, Dave. That's the trend reversal up. No, I mean there are in this trading room. You will get some nice. We'll get some nice subscribers who will say things like, "Hey, I've been using this scan for a while, and it looks pretty good to me," and they'll share. Okay, but there's no way. There could be thousands of them. Okay, absolutely thousands of them. And what I would do is if you click on new, you get so bogged down, in my opinion. But if you click on new channel bar, and now I like the name of it, Trader's Vault. I don't think there's any of mine in there. It's for, every time, we have all those webinars, and so a lot of the scans that the guys go over in their webinars, the Trade Ideas webinars, they're now putting them in the Trader's Vault. So there are a lot of scans in there, okay, that the traders themselves use. So I would start there in the Trader's Vault. Cameron, are you still listening? Are you still in the YouTube feed? Before I answer your surfing question. Yeah, see, I don't agree with it, Dave. Are you talking about 22 alerts or 22 filters within one alert? Yes, it did. Channel 4. Yeah, it replaced channel 4. Yeah. Okay, Cameron. So I'm going to answer Cameron's. Yeah. So there's nothing, really, honestly, nothing for me to explain. I didn't create that one. Most of my alerts do not have that many filters in place. So I don't think, you go over the filters one by one. But I can't explain it. I can't explain who made it, why they made it like that. I have no idea. I can just tell you right off the bat. I'm not trying to, dismiss you or anything, but I can just tell you that right off the bat. Okay, Cameron, so this is what happens. Yeah, I just, you can tell me the name of it. I'll have no explanation for it because I just don't do that. So Cameron, there's the toggle, okay? So there's ideas surfing. So the question was, what is surfing? So if I click on this, well, I couldn't tell you the thought process because I didn't create it. I mean, the only reason to use a lot of filters is to really whittle you're not going to get very many alerts. So I couldn't tell you the thought process. Seriously. I mean, usually the more alerts or more filters you use, you're whittling down the universe of stocks down to some, very low number. That's the only thing I can think of. So this is a toggle camera, and anybody else who's interesting, that is the surfing. So surfing, what is surfing doing? So it is looking. See how this is yellow? This is changed colors. Let's see if I find another one. Just give me a second here. Just give me a. It might, you know what, Dave? It might have been something that the AI created. Okay, a human being did not create it. You'll see in our AI alerts, you'll see our strategies. You'll see many filters. Okay, so it's very positive. It's very possible that's what it was a long time ago. Okay, see how it's at FUTU right now? It's going to move to RKDA on surf mode automatically. See, I didn't do anything. I didn't click on it. Trust me. It's going to go to flow next. It's going to go to flow next. Okay, it went to flow. So basically what surf mode does, it'll take every top list window that you have, and as you have them sorted, I've got this top list window sorted in the position in the day's range, and it will cycle through every top list window you have, the top three, and then it'll move on to the next one, the next one, the next one. It'll also, if you have the AI, it'll look at, as you have them sorted, the top three AI alerts, and if you have your price alerts window, it'll also look at that. So the theory is this, a little board or something, and you just let the system load charts for you. Just let the system load charts for you. You see something like, oh, I want to take a look at T-Doc a little bit longer. So you can go onto the chart. The surfing will pause. All right, and if you decide, yeah, I want to trade it, so you can right-click if you've got IB, or you can click on the alert and it'll load into your brokerage platform. And then if you want to trade it, you trade it. Once you're finished looking at the chart, you back off the chart. Okay. I must have clicked on it. And then it'll continue to surf. See, if you have to keep looking up here. And now it'll go on to the next one. In wherever there just loaded the next one. And you can see where it is, pre-market actives up or down, okay? It'll tell you the top list window it's in. Now you see it's in the AI trades. It's on Allo. It'll go to HSIC next. Okay? So that's what surfing does. You just, you can sit back and let it load charts automatically for you. When you're finished, when you want to stop, all you have to do is click on an alert and it'll stop surfing. Or of course this is just a toggle on and off. Okay? From Warrior, you'll have to ask him. I know he sells them, so we don't have. I mean, a lot of it is just momentum trades. I have a couple of momentum up and down. They may not be exactly like his, but I think he uses a multi-strategy window. But momentum up and momentum down. But I know he sells his scan, so we're certainly not going to. Yeah, I mean, it could be very similar. That Momo up and Momo down. Yeah, I don't want to talk about, another trading room, but. Sorry, I don't understand. You wanted to mention, I'm really liking the experts only search. Oh, I see. From the channel. Oh, I've seen, Dave, I have seen the AI strategies. Okay? When I talk about the AI earlier on in the day, and I say, this is what the AI does, it looks at the individual, we have 50 baseline strategies, and I say this is not one of them, but if it were, but the AI strategy, I mean, I've seen them. They have tons and tons of filters in place. Yeah, it is computer generated. It's AI generated. They have tons of filters in place. Okay, so I know what you're talking about. Okay, I do know what you're talking about. All right, guys. Well, it is 3:40. Wow. Any more questions? I'll stick around if there are more questions. If not, I will. No, I mean, you can't know ahead of time because these are all real-time alerts. So unless the filters are met, I mean, it's just like saying this, okay? Early on in the day, if this were an AI strategy, if this were, here are the filters. Stocks between 1 and 30. Current volume is at least 3, so it's trading 3 times its normal. Minimum 300,000 shares, up or down at least 3%, okay? Here are the filters. Ahead of time, we can't possibly know what stocks are going to meet these filters when they make a new high. Okay? Does that make sense? Can't possibly know. That's why you have to let it happen, and that's exactly what the AI does. You know, these alerts happen when the event is triggered. The event meaning all of this. The filters are met, and a new high is, or a new low happens. New high for the day or a new low for the day. Okay? So that's why we can't know ahead of time. Yeah, one more question, Columbo, exactly. I don't. Yeah, I would try the VWAP stop. Okay, try the VWAP stop. That has a little more science behind it. Okay, Bill. So I do not recommend the smart stop. Yeah, it is not. It is not a weekly pivot. Did you ask that question earlier? If there, not earlier today, but in in the general information or an info at trade-ideas.com and ask about weekly pivots? Because I thought I asked, or I thought I answered that. We don't have weekly pivots. These are daily pivots. The VWAP stop is just something that is a proprietary filter that we have designed. Obviously, it looks at, I think it's the VWAP today and yesterday, and also the high and the low, and it just feeds a bunch of numbers in and spits that out. Okay, it's a proprietary. It's a stop. So in other words, if I wanted to get into BRFS right now, well, that was at 323, but it's okay. AXLA right now at 426. If I took that trade right now, the stop, I mean, it's a big stop. It'd be 68 cents away on a $4 stop. I mean, that's a big one, but I guess it's because it's had so much range today. You know, I mean, I would not want to have a 68 cent stop on a $4 stock, but well, ask for your money back. No, and you have gone to our tech support people, right? Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay, well, let's say there's still time. There is still time. If you don't mind putting your email address right here, and I promise to copy it and then get rid of it quickly, because then I'll give them your email address and somebody can take a look at your account. A lot of times it's because you haven't. Okay, shut up. This copy in here is just awful. Sorry. Sorry. Just give me a second here. Well, what I'm trying to do, copying using in here, there, finally, okay. Control copy. Okay, so I'll get rid of it. Just give me a second. Okay, there you go. It's gone. Okay, sorry. Okay, I have passed it on. They have your email address, so they know they can take a look at your account. I hope they can help you. Okay? No, this was a trade that I took on the using the buy button on the chart. Okay, that's a trade that we're demonstrating how to use the buy button on the chart. Okay, obviously it would have been a nice trade. I haven't taken any trades. I haven't taken a trade all week. I'm going to be like a rookie when I finally start taking trades again. Yeah, I'm just too busy. I mean, I can't keep, trading, you've got to have focus. So, and I can usually, when this test drive is over, it'll settle down a bit. All right, guys, it is now 3:46, so I believe that I am going to shut the room down. Okay. So we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow, okay?